Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second International Conference on Management, Business and Accounting. These conferences are conducted by the Postgraduate Program of Universitas Negeri Jakarta in collaboration with Iqra University, Pakistan. The Honorable Professor Dedi Purwana AS Master of Business, the Director of Postgraduate Program of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Professor Dr. Zaki Rashidi, the Chairman of Iqra University, Pakistan.
To whom we respect, Associate Professor Dr. Razana Juhaida Johari from UiTM Malaysia, Professor Usep Suhud Ph.D. from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia, Professor Dr. Vincent Montenero from Czech Technical University, Czech Republic, Bobur Sobirov Ph.D. from Tashkent State University of Economics, Uzbekistan.
And all of students and distinguished guests, it's an honor and precious opportunity for us, Rizky Hafrizal and
Paramita Putri,
Astuta Universitas Negeri Jakarta, to host you on this occasion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the conference with National Anthem Indonesia Raya. For all attendees, please stand up. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're proceeding to our main agenda, the second International Conference on Management, Business and Accounting Keynote Seminar. Our first keynote speaker will be Associate Professor Dr. Razana Juhaida Johari from UiTM Malaysia and will be moderated by Mrs. Marcelisa Nindito. For Mrs. Marcelisa, the floor is yours.
Bismillah, all guest participants, ladies and gentlemen. Can everybody listen to my voice? Is it clear? Just checking first. Is it clear? Yes, okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to extend my respectful greetings to the Honorable, the Director of Postgraduate Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Prof. Dr. Dedi Purwana IS-MBUS, and also the Honorable Professor Dr. Zaki Rashidi from Iqra University, Pakistan, and the Honorable, our distinguished keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Razana Juhaida Johari, CA of Malaysia. All participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to everybody. Okay, it is my honor to have this opportunity to be the moderator of this first keynote speech of International Conference on Management Business and Accounting 2023, Postgraduate Universitas Negeri Jakarta. And here with us, our distinguished keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Razana. Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. How are you feeling, Prof. Razana? I'm so sorry. I heard the news that you have got a virus. Hopefully you are feeling much better this morning.
Yeah, inshallah. Well, yeah, this is my first time actually, okay, getting this COVID-19, although it's already past for 2-3 years. But then this is my first experience having this. Alhamdulillah, today I feel better, all right? And I will try my best to actually be here. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Razana. Hopefully you are feeling much better this morning and after the session. Okay, today Prof. Razana will talk about ethics and sustainable development, which is much relevant with the theme of this IC-MBA 2023, the sustainability and green economy. And before we start this keynote speech session, kindly allow me to present your CV, Prof. Razana, maybe in a short version, because from the committee, I have received a complete 36-page long of curriculum vitae, enriched with your extensive knowledge and experience. So I would like to ask your permission to have it summarized, Prof. Razana.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Razana Juhaida Johari, Chartered of Accountant Malaysia, is currently an associate professor from Department of Professional Accounting Studies, Faculty of Accountancy, University Teknologi Marasah Alam, Selangor, Malaysia. Her bachelor degree is from Bachelor of Accountancy with honors, University Utara Malaysia, Kedah. Her master degree is from Master of Accountancy, University Teknologi Mara, UITM Shah Alam, and also her doctoral degree in accountancy, concentrating in auditing and corporate governance, also from University Teknologi Mara, Shah Alam, Selangor, Malaysia. Here, during her professional journey as a lecturer, Prof. Razana has done numerous external appointments, such as a reviewer in several accounting study programs, guest lecturers, visiting professors, and adjunct professors in several business schools in Malaysia, Indonesia, and India. Prof. Razana is also facilitator, editor-in-chief, and also editorial board member in several international journals. Ph.D. external examiners in several universities, also in Malaysia, Indonesia, and India. Taking a role in an international scientific committee, as well as keynote speakers in many or several international conferences. For her research experience listed here from 2009 until current, that Prof. Razana has received 33 research grants. Well, I cannot mention it one by one, 33, with a total grant amount of 966 and 450 ringgit Malaysia, or maybe if we convert it into IDR, around 3-something billion rupiah. Okay, and Prof. Razana has been named to receive so many national as well as international awards that have been written here in 10 pages. Okay, Prof. Razana also published 14 books and book chapters in topics of finance and accounting theory, corporate governance, ethics, auditing, and fraud. As for her publication, Prof. Razana has composed a publication, 48
Recording stopped.
proceeding of international conference, and as many as 62 publications so far, in Q1, Q2, and Q4 Scopus Index Journal, Web of Science, and others. To name a few,
Recording in progress.
Q1 Scopus Index Journal, such as International Journals of Ethics and System, Economics and Sociology, International Journal of Auditing, and for 2022 only, she productively published 16 articles. Okay. This is such a professorship's goal, Prof. Razana. Like here we say, like, you know, couple goals or body goals. This is professorship's goals. Prof. Razana and all participants, before we start the session, maybe let's talk about the time. We have up until 11 o'clock actually, Prof. Razana. So we have about 15 minutes, but I was advised by the committee, maybe we're not going to all the, you know, the long
Judulnya
session
kalau
due
dari
to your condition.
dari UPT ke dinas itu nggak apa-apa, strategi monitoring dan
Cannot hear you.
Yes, muted by host. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
Okay, can everybody hear me? No? Yes, okay. Let me continue. Due to the time constraint, we have around 40 to 50 minutes per Prof. Razana. So maybe for 20 to 30 minutes to present your speech, Prof. And we will use the rest for question and answer session. Would that be okay, Prof. Razana?
All right, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Without further ado, participants, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Associate Professor Dr. Razana Johari, CA Malaysia. The screen is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Yeah. So before I start, I would like to share my screen. Okay. So can you see the screen, my PowerPoint on the screen?
Yes, already, you can see it.
All right. Okay, so first of all right, thank you very much, Madam Marcelisa Mendito, yeah, for that kind of introductions. Yeah, I'm still learning, and of course, here we are actually in the course of sharing knowledge. Okay, so I hope that everybody can bear with me for this 20 to 30 minutes. Okay, so Alhamdulillah, it is my honor to be invited to speak here today, yeah, in this crowd, though in a different platform, okay, than the usual. I feel like I am able to reach everyone in these wonderful occasions and also a very welcome introductions. All right, so I wish everyone safe and comfortable, okay, watching of this live streaming. So as we mentioned just now, yes, I'm just actually experienced my first time of being affected with this COVID-19. Yeah, it's quite, yeah, the things is quite hard also, all right? But Alhamdulillah, with the kuasa Allah, yeah, okay, I managed to be here today this morning. So as I begin this talk, all right, I would like to congratulate, okay, the rector for Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Professor Dr. Komarudin, all right, the director of Pascasarjana Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Prof. Dr. Dedi Purwana, all right, and also the conference chair, Professor Dr. I.R. Arita Marini, okay, and to all the conference committee for successfully holding this international conference that managed to pull a large crowd. As I can see here also, we have about 80 participants here, okay, that actually comprises of the respective postgraduate students, academicians, and also interested parties. Okay, so not to be forgotten, I would also like to welcome all the esteemed keynote speakers. Okay, we have another 4 keynote speakers today, all the papers presenters and also participants, okay, to this 3rd International Conference on Humanities, Education and Social Sciences, okay, and also the International Conference on Management, Business and Accounting 2023. I appreciate you hosting me here, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute my opinions to these crucial sustainable development conversations. Okay, so once again, I would like to congratulate the committee for being able to choose this such of very interesting topics, right? That requires more discussion actually, okay, from the academicians and also of course from the postgraduate students. So I believe there were a lot of talks, right, perspective, and also the research findings about sustainable development that have been shared, okay, with the entire audience throughout the course of these 2 days events. Okay, so like to start here, all right. Some sort of introductions related to this sustainable development. So as we know, all right, sustainable development is defined as the development that satisfies the requirements of current generations without compromising the ability of future generations, okay, to satisfy their demands. Okay, so this definition is being given by the very classic Brundtland report. Okay, so it means that sustainability is something that is always a multi-layered, all right? So it is the integrated process with several loops and synergies, okay? And the sustainable business practices can support one another in the same way as sustainability social, environmental, and also economic dimension can. Okay, so that is actually the definitions of sustainable development and also the need for the company to become sustainable. All right, throughout the years. All right. So basically, it's just a group of guidelines for making decisions. Okay. So the majority of the time, these decisions are related to technology. And taking a position that all allows for technology would also result in difficult problems actually to this community, okay, for the entire world of community in order for them to decide, all right? So in order to modify the way decisions are made and guarantee that this way of thinking has much or can provide more positive effects compared to the negative ones for all the future generations, therefore, okay, these sustainability ethics are required. All right, we need to actually employ the ethics concern in such whatever decision makings that being made for the benefit of the current people, okay, current generations, and also the most important part, to make sure that the future generations also can benefit. Okay, so that's why somehow the businesses, okay, the corporate figures, they need to take into considerations the ethics elements, okay, which is known as the sustainability ethics. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, do ethical considerations affect economies? Okay, so now we would like to see on how does these ethical considerations affect economies. Okay, so economic theory, okay, contains an ethical component. Okay, why? Because as is widely recognized, it is a social sciences. All right. So economic has to do with society, and society has to do with the resources constraints. All right. So this is actually the steady pursuit of the 3 goals. Okay, so I shared here the 3 goals: ecological, social fairness, health, and also economic welfare. Okay, so it is typically how sustainability is viewed. All right, so we need to actually look on these 3 goals. Okay, it is based on the ethical commitment to future generations, okay, for their comfort and also to improve the possibilities as well as the welfare of the current populations. Okay, so everything needs to be balanced. If we are having so much decisions that would actually finance or give the what we call the conditions, okay, that would actually benefit the current populations, the current people. So we might afraid that in future, there's nothing left more for the future generations. So that's why it is very important to work in ethics. Okay. The term sustainability, okay, is being used more frequently nowadays, all right, from a wide range of views and for a variety of reasons. Okay, so this makes sustainability more difficult to define. Okay, so the planned responsibility, okay, of modern society for the quality of life of the current population, as well as the preservation of resources, the development, okay, and other ingredients needed for future populations to also experience a good quality of life is the most important aspect of these definitions of sustainability. Okay, regardless of how many definitions it has, or how people actually define the sustainability. All right. For it to be fully implemented, it will certainly involve a sizable, okay, substantial and challenging task, all right, and also substantial adjustment, okay, in terms of philosophy, legislations, and also fundamental economic presumptions, all right. And what else? Okay, so for this one, in order to boost the wealth of impoverished nations, okay, wealthier, more technological, advanced nations would currently need to make material contributions, okay, through a variety of assistance programs. So they must work with them, okay, to work or to improve the capacity to meet the population's basic requirements. Okay, so this is also the main parts of what we as the current generation need to furnish. Okay, we need to meet the current population's basic requirements. All right, so for future generations, it involves ensuring the accessibility of a variety of resources, such as those that support of high standards of living in the natural, cultural, and also educational scopes. All right. As the ethics of sustainability are better understood, it becomes obvious why the sustainability framework is not only a way to confront and solve many of the complex issues that we face currently, but also why it is in the correct way to proceed, right? By aiding out the elements of ethics into your decision making in order to maintain the sustainability. Okay, so this will actually solve a lot of problems for the future generations also. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me simply touch on the ethical context of sustainability. Okay, sustainability says that in the decision-making process, okay, societies with high standards of living have a responsibility to make sure that both present-day, less affluent cultures and future societies may achieve a standard of living in which their fundamental requirements are addressed. Okay, so earlier, okay, just now, I already mentioned that the Brundtland reports, yeah, the definitions, okay, that they give the original definitions of sustainable development, okay, where they mention about development that meets the requirements of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to satisfy their own needs. So actually, okay, this term, all right, put forth a fresh ethical idea that frames both current and future generations' privilege. Okay, so it implies that everyone needs should be met before certain people's wants are taken care of, and creates a gap between the rights of future generations and those of present generations. Okay, so as I mentioned also, we need to balance. Okay, we need to balance actions taken now need to be balanced with the future impact. All right. Although the ethics of sustainability will naturally vary, okay, depending on the setting, on the culture, and also based on other factors that might influence, okay, it is possible to summarize some of the main features, okay, of the acceptable ethics of sustainability. Okay, so here I list four, okay, acceptable ethics of sustainability, okay, to some degrees as what we will look here. Okay, the first one is the goal of sustainability is future oriented. Okay, the ethics of sustainability must take into account the relation between the present and future generations. Okay, so this is one of the main features for the ethics of sustainability. Second one, the ethics of sustainability should address the questions of right or interest, just like any social ethics also. Okay, need to decide on what is correct, what is wrong. Okay, and of course, the ethics of sustainability should be feasible or practical. All right, so, okay, here is very important. All right, because if we cannot actually exercise or emphasize on the feasibility or the practicality of the decisions that we make, so we might possibility to harm of other interests in future, right? Or maybe in the current situations also. And for the last one, in both cases, individuals and groups may have duties or responsibilities in relation to the rights and interests of others. Okay, so we cannot actually just focus on our own current interests right now. Okay, to be a good decision maker, to be a good business man-minded, all right? So we need to actually employ this such of ethics of sustainability, all right? Because whatever that being faced in the future might be actually related to our current decisions, all right? So I also like to put it as the ethics of sustainability, okay, seeks to direct people in their effort, yeah, to solve persistent issues and create societies, behaviors, and institutions that are more socially, ecologically, and economically sustainable. All right. So one thing to actually that we need to remember, okay, sustainability without ethics is meaningless. Okay, if we do not reflect the culture, values, and methods for achieving sustainability, so sustainability might lose a generative purpose and becomes merely a framework for reflection. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, all right, as a result, okay, since sustainability suggests a responsibility for the welfare of future generations, dealing with technological advancement and application must be our major concern. All right, we need to take consideration to think it deeply, all right, on how our in our actually everybody are competing with each other, isn't it, to make it their performance, their businesses sustainable. But of course, this such of soft skills, okay, the things that's very important, the ethics matters need not to be forgotten. Okay, so I suppose that in order to further debate this issue, okay, Prof. Dr. Arita and also the committee members will need to hold another conference, okay, in the next future, because this is something that would be very good to discuss further, all right, to be discussed on the issues of ethics, because as we know, ethics, they have many premises, all right. They might have the very simple one is deontology and also teleology, all right. So it would actually from different views. Okay, so any views is not actually contradict to other views, but it is more on how people are actually taking of their positions. All right, whatever it is, at the end of the day, they are actually trying to preserve for the benefit of the future generations. Okay, so last but not least, okay, human behavior is the foundation of all social sustainability. Therefore, sustainability is more dependent on the ethical dimensions of reality. So to have sustainable political and social structure and processes, ethical sustainability must be accomplished and practiced. Okay, so before I end up my speech, okay, once again, I would like to compliment the conferences organizers on their work and the topics that they choose to cover, okay, the attendees that they attracted, and their decisions to hold this conference, okay, in this second quarter of 2023, okay, which somehow fits with my understanding that the problem is already in existence. Okay, and for these 2 days, okay, all of you actually already taking care of some part of this sustainability ethics also. All right. So I send my best to everyone here. Okay, so thank you very much for listening. I hope that I have come with some things to ponder. Okay, something that we can actually try to think it more deeply. Okay, for the benefit of our generations and also for Ummah. All right. So with that, all right, I thank you very much. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Razana, for the remarkable and stimulating speech. I've learned and also taken notes on how ethics and sustainable development are interconnected concepts that are crucial for promoting sustainable economics for all human beings and future generations. There is also some guidelines that you have been mentioned, yeah, about how the ethics of sustainability should be done or conducted, that it has to be future oriented and address the question of the interest of any social ethics, and that it should be feasible and also practical. And the last one, all duties and responsibilities, it has to be consider all duties and responsibility for the rights and interests of others. And also several times you really mentioned about how this ethic consideration in sustainability development really have to be to consider the future generation. Thank you very much, and I'm sure that the ideas and thought that you have presented intriguing, yeah, leave us to ponder, yeah, all the participants to further discuss in the Q&A session. But due to the condition of Prof. Razana, maybe we only open for one session for three questions. Prof. Raza, is that okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So for those who would like to ask question or maybe comments, you may raise your hand virtually, and then please don't forget to state your name and your institution. And also, okay, maybe we can open the session now. Please, if there is, if anybody would like to ask question. Okay, we have Ibu Endang Puji Astuti. Okay, Bu Endang, please. Still muted, Bu Endang.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, Prof. Dr. Razana Zuhaidi Zuhari. And ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Endang Puji Astuti. I am from Muhammadiyah University of Palembang. Okay. Maybe I have so interesting from your material for today. And I have one question only. Can you explain briefly what the purpose of ethnic sustainability development for the next future for students? I mean, thank you so much.
Okay, for students.
Yes, young generation.
For young generation, yes. Yeah. Okay, so thank you, Bu Endang Puji Astuti, all right, from Palembang. Okay, yeah. Okay, so as I mentioned just now, okay, in order for us, okay, or maybe for the corporate people, for the nations, okay, for the academicians, for example, okay, these are the things that we need to consider from the beginning. All right. yes, we know that we are in the current state of where everybody are competing with each other to show that they are better from others. Okay, for example, like in the companies, okay, they try to come out with whatever projects that maybe can generate money, okay, that can sustain their shareholders, for example. But their decisions that they are taking in order to sustain their performance, in order to sustain their businesses, is actually taking care of the future benefits. All right, as we can see, there are a lot of developments that taking place, okay, in Indonesia and also in Malaysia. All right, there are a lot of very vast developments, for example, okay, because they are actually the companies, they would like to gain more monies, more shareholders wealth. All right, so somehow they might make things or might make decisions that actually not preserve for the future benefit. For example, they go and also make the development, housing development in the areas that might be preserved for the future generations. Okay, so these are the things that we need to confirm, we need to understand here. In order we or the management or also the public figures, all right, would like to gain the benefit, okay, for their own wealth, but they also need to take care of the future generations' welfare also. That's why we need to put into the ethics elements here in whatever decisions that we take now. All right. So as from the part from academician, for example, this is where we as the academicians can play our part, our role to actually educate or give some awareness, okay, to our students, okay, our students in university, because they are the one that will make decisions in the near future. In 2 or 3 years, okay, they will become the managers, they will become the maybe the government officers that will allow for this such of development to be happen. So this is our task as the academicians. We are playing the things that will actually secure the future benefit of the generations. All right. So that's why in order to sustain whatever performance that we might have, okay, need to put or to inject the elements of these ethics considerations. All right. So am I answering your concern, Bu Endang?
Bu Endang, anything else you would like to confirm from Professor Razana?
I think enough, Prof. Thank you so much for your answer.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Bu Endang Pujastuti from Universitas. Okay. Now we would like to take the second question from the audience, please. Okay, we have Pak Setio Ferry raising his hands. Please, Pak Ferry. Pak Ferry, would you like to ask question for Prof. Razana? While waiting for Pak Ferry, maybe.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Pak Ferry.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Prof. Razana, for the lovely presentation that you gave us this morning. I'd like to see the sustainable economic from consumer perspective, okay, if you don't mind. So we know based on many previous surveys, we found that most consumers have a positive attitude toward buying a green or sustainable products. However, this positive attitude is not translated into their actual buying behavior, right? So they have a positive attitude, but they seldom buy a green product or sustainable product. So my question is, in your opinion, what is the effective way that we can do to translate this positive attitude into the actual buying behavior? Because we know that economic will translate into a sustainable economic if there is a transaction in the green or sustainable products. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Ferry. Such a practical question, Prof. Rosanna. Please.
Yeah. Okay. I try to answer, Pak Ferry. Okay. Because we need to look on the view from the marketing perspective. Okay. All right. So this is the beauty of ethics, actually, Pak Ferry. Okay. So as we can see, many people are talking, they think the other way, but they do on the other way side, isn't it? All right. You say that this is correct way, but then when it comes to your actions, when it comes to your decisions, you are making such a different ways of what you already preach, isn't it? All right. So in order to understand of this behavior, okay, this is like, for example, if I can give an example, all right, it's about the ethicality of a person. All right. You might think that whatever that you use in order for you to reach at the position is allowable or is acceptable. All right. As long as your intention is murni, Pak, clear. Okay. For example, all right. Imagine that we are driving a car. Okay, and maybe in our car we have one patient that actually need to be sent to the hospital immediately. All right. So there are two types of people here. The first type, okay, is the one that will follow the ethics. Okay, he claimed that he is a very ethical person. So although it is quite emergency to bring the person to the hospital, all right, but if they come and also during the driving, okay, they come across a traffic light. The traffic light is red traffic light, so you need to stop, isn't it? But then if you are a very ethically person, okay, you have the idealism perspective, you will stop your car. Although the patient so urgent to be sent to hospital. But if you are the one that have some teleological perspective, theory aspects, so you might actually just go through the red traffic lights. All right, you might actually give some alarm, okay, to the other cars, and you just drive throughout the red traffic lights. So at the end of the day, you also reach at the hospital. So which one is actually the one that you will choose? So this is what happened when people are saying these are the good things about green or sustainability, about the things that we need to have, okay, to be sustainable, to maintain the sustainability of the future generations. We need to be here and this, do that. But when it comes to practice, you are not following what you are preaching. Okay, so that is the things that, as I mentioned just now, if we talk about ethics, we have different views. But at the end of the day, the most important part is we are actually sending the patient just now to the hospital in both ways. Either you stop or you just get through the red traffic lights. Okay, Pak Ferry?
Okay, Pak Ferry.
Okay, I think it's clear. Thank you very much for your answer, Prof. Razana. Thank you, Ms. Lisa.
Thank you, Pak Ferry, for the questions. It was interesting. I mean, when we talk about ethics, we're talking about the design and also the implementation, right? There are two levels of it. Sometimes people stop at the design or the thinking and the thought, and they're not doing it, but it should have been done in these two levels.
That's why it's very important to have a check and balance mechanism. All right. Although everybody saying that A is right, okay, B is wrong, but somehow when they need to make decisions, they might choose B also. So that's why there is a check and balance committee need to be in the committee. All right, where the one that they can justify why we need to take this such of decisions instead of this decision. Okay, because the views might be contradict to each other, but at the end of the day, they are actually providing for the benefit of the large. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Razana. very insightful answer, yeah, for Jan. Maybe for the last question, we open just one more question, Prof, for Prof Rasa. Okay, anybody would like to ask question?
Maybe we can have from Pascasarjana students. I would like to hear from them.
Okay, this is a special request from Prof Razana.
Yeah.
Any question directly?
Anyone
Yes, please.
that would like to share maybe the research that currently being run, okay, being conducted.
Anybody would like to share also as requested? Okay. Okay. This is in the chat room, Prof Razana.
Yeah.
This is from, let me see, Prof Arita. There are several questions. Please allow me to read the question. The first question is how to measure sustainability in all sectors. Example in index sustainability. And then the second question is sustainability development now forms a part of luxury customer expectation and has positive impact on the value of luxury. The sustainable dimension has thus become a key factor in product innovation. More and more brands are integrating sustainable development into their innovation strategies. But sometimes sustainable development can cause product price to be more expensive. Okay, what do you think, Prof. Razana? This is just...
Okay, all right. Thank you, Prof. Arita. Wow, very challenging questions also, this one. Okay, for the first one, okay, how to measure sustainability in all sector. All right, for example, index sustainability. So as we know, all right, if I'm not mistaken, also please forgive me because this is not actually my main area of study, actually, Prof. But I try to answer it, okay, in terms of the index, okay, that we might have. All right. So currently, okay, as far as I'm concerned, okay, these sustainability issues, okay, is the new thing, okay, in our academic life, all right, in our academic life. All right, so of course, the index need to be actually need to be built out, all right. I believe that currently they might have, but then not the complete one. Okay, because as we know, in order to come up with the index, okay, we need to compile the data for quite long years or so. Okay, so from there we can come up with a index for this sustainability. And in fact, for all sectors, as you mentioned, okay, it is not easy actually. Okay, I believe it is not easy to come up with one sustainability index that will actually compromise with all sectors. Okay, because as we know, there are different types of sectors that will also actually have some other influences, okay, to each specific sector. All right, okay. And for the second questions, yeah, this one, yes, okay. Everything comes with something that we need to sacrifice. You want to have a 50-inch of television, for example, the smart TV, right? So you need to pay more for that such of luxury gadgets, isn't it? Okay, the smart TV with 50-inch, all right? So we need to pay for our own comfortability, all right? So this would actually somehow will contradict with what people are actually looking for. All right. So that's why, again, it will actually depends on the choice that we have in hand. But when we are talk about the sustainable development, of course, this is something that we cannot take into like considerations, cannot. All right, because it will involve the future generations. Okay, our future children, they were actually the one who will affect from our current decisions. Okay, so that's why it need to be taken care of with this such of ethics elements in doing the decision making purposes. Okay, and that is something, okay, to answer the views. Sometimes sustainable development can cause product prices to be more expensive. Okay, this is something that we cannot neglect, because in order to have this such of sustainable development, they need to take care of everything in a very perfect conditions, because we need to secure it for the future. So that's why the spending, the investment, okay, that we need to take now, okay, will involve a lot of sacrifice of monies, of time, of energy. So that's why it become more expensive. Okay, so this something that we cannot deny. All right. So that's why a balance. Again, we go back to the balance issue here. Okay, what do we actually looking for? All right. So am I answering your question, the Prof. Arita?
Prof. Arita, is there anything you would like to say for the
I think
answer?
that's enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Arita.
Thank you, Prof. Arita.
Okay, thank you also, Prof. Razana, for the question, the answer. I think that we have already 3 questions answered by Prof. Razana. Due to also it's already 10:51. We are going to have another keynote speech to attend, and also due to the condition of Prof. Razana, we really have to finish this session. Therefore, I kindly ask for closing statement from you, Prof. Razana.
Okay, so thank you. Okay, our sweet moderator. All right. First thing first, of course, I would like to say sorry, okay, for not being 100% fit, okay, today. But Alhamdulillah, syukur, Alhamdulillah, I managed to share some views with all of you here today, which is for me is a very grateful opportunity. All right, I like to actually talk about ethics, because this is also one of my passions, okay, in my research. Right, and I'm looking forward actually to be in other platforms, okay, to discuss more on this such of issues, okay, more like more on the ethics parts, okay, in which I think we can try, okay, with our limited knowledge, we can try to actually share with others, and also getting information from others, okay, that is the learning process. Okay, so I believe that's all from me. Okay, thank you very much, and not to be forgotten to Dr. Ayatullah, okay, for actually giving me this opportunity also. Thank you very much. Okay, so I hope to see everybody again in our near future. All right, Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Razana, for the closing statement. All participants, ladies and gentlemen, the closing statement from Prof. Razana is ending this first keynote speech session of IC-MBA 2023. Thank you very much, Prof. Razana, for your valuable contributions in this IC-MBA 2023. And also today we also learn such a valuable life lesson about strong commitment from you, Prof. Razana. With your health condition, you still keep your promise. We highly appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you all audience for participating in this discussion. Hopefully it can be beneficial for supporting all going initiatives for stimulating future and also stimulating future works, yeah, in promoting ethical, sustainable development in Indonesia. That would be all from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm giving back the screen to MC.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Dr. Razana Juhaida Johari and Mrs. Marcelisa Nindito.
Moving on to the next session, the second keynote speaker will be Professor Dr. Zakir Rashidi from Iqra University, Pakistan, and will be moderated by Mr. Rizky Firdausi Rahmadania. For Mr. Rizky, The time is yours. Mr. Rizky, can you hear us? Okay, so for this session, the keynote speaker will be Professor Dr. Zakir Rashidi from Iqra University, Pakistan, and Bobur Sobirov, Ph.D. from Tashkent State University of Economics, Uzbekistan, and moderated by Mr. Rizky Firdausi Rahmadania and Mr. Octavianus. The time is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear conference participants and committees who attended this conference, both offline and online. I am Octavianus, will moderate this panel session around 45 to 60 minutes for every keynote speakers. So today, join us our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Zakir Rashidi from Iqra University, Pakistan, and our another distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Bobur Sobirov, Ph.D. from Tashkent State University of Economics, Samarkand branch. Prof. Dr. Zakir Rashidi will present about research trends in sustainability and green economics, a business school's perspective, particularly on creating a balance between economic development and environmental protections in society. On the other hand, Mr. Bobur Sobirov, Ph.D. will present about sustainability in hospitality and tourism, particularly in sustainable tourism as a tool for development. So, before starting with the first keynote speakers, the committee will play CVs from both of our keynote speakers. Yeah, thank you. And now we would like to invite Professor Dr. Zaki Rashidi to present your topic. Prof. Dr. Zaki Rashidi, time is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure of being the part of this conference of IC-MBA. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference. They invited me for this keynote speech in front of this lovely audience. I have attended a session in the morning also, so it's a quite interactive and good questions were asked. I believe organizing this type of the conference is quite a challenging and difficult task. And the participants are also very eager and engaged since morning, and they are learning some good things and asking good questions. Coming up to the theme of the conference, and before coming up to the theme of the conference, let me relate myself to this particular topic and how come I am going to have a discussion with you related to this specific area. In Iqra University, Pakistan, we are actively working on sustainable development goals. And we are working on various strategies, various impacts, and some kind of development so that we can achieve sustainable goals in not only in Pakistan, but we can provide some solutions to the world as well. So various activities are already being engaged. Some consultants and experts are also there with us. And we are actively working with UI Green Matrix, which is actually for environmental sustainability, and plus some other forms of sustainability like economics. Being the dean of the business school and a director of a campus, my utmost understanding is that a business school or a business department should contribute something valuable from the academic perspective in the green economics and sustainability. It can be either with the help of a curriculum, it can be either with the help of the projects which we are going to provide to our students, and ultimately with the help of some research which we are going to produce so that it will provide a solutions of so many problems which we are facing today in the world. So my today's discussion will revolve around on three parts. One, I will discuss what actually is a green economics. Then I'll connect this with sustainability. And finally, I will discuss some of the, first I will have an introduction of this entire presentation. In this introduction, you can see there is an introduction component, which I will introduce sustainability and green economics first. Then we will move towards the key principles of the green economics, which is a recent topic and many universities and business schools are actively participating and working in it. Then I'll discuss some of the research themes. What are the important themes which we can undertake as a business school or as a business department, especially for management, business and accounting professors, students and faculty? What can we do related to the research themes? First of all, introduction. When we are using sustainability and a green economics, these are although considered as the two different concepts. Green economics, we define differently. Sustainability, we define differently, as I'll show you in a minute. However, these two are interconnected. It means without green economics, sustainability cannot achieve. And without considering the sustainability, green economics has no meaning until and unless we are not looking both green economics and sustainability hand in hand. So our first understanding is that what we are actually focusing. We are focusing on two things together. One, our main focus is to create a balance between economic development and environmental protection. Because, the basic definition of the economics, when we say economics is maximizing the profit, but at what cost? Are we going to compromise our environment? Are we going to compromise, for example, producing the pollution, the carbon, and we are cutting the trees? So it means until and unless we are not thinking about the environment, we cannot achieve that economic development. It will be a counterproductive. So our first idea is to provide our researchers and students as a business school what actually an economic development and environmental protection connection. Until this connection is not clear, we will not be able to have a clear understanding of the economic development. Because right now, as the capitalist societies, the market is actually competing and going for the economic development and profitability without considering any other factor. So that's why it is essentially important to think about environment also while we are moving towards economic development. So it means we are saying that sustainability without environmental understanding or sustainability without green economics, practically it is not possible to develop. So what actually sustainability is? When we are using the word sustainability, most of us have seen sustainable development goals, the 17 SDGs, all of us are aware about it. But what all these goals or what all these SDGs are focusing on? They are actually focusing on ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. What does it mean? We are actually consuming lots of resources. We are not thinking our future generation after 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or in the long run after 50 years, what kind of issues they may face if we use all kind of resources without any regulation or without any boundary or limit. So it means we need to understand that what are the important pillars of this sustainability. How can we save our world now so that in next 50 years, our future generation will be able to sustain and will be able to develop economically. So 3 areas as a basic student or as a basic definition, everybody discuss 3 different areas while we are discussing the sustainability. And these 3 areas are 1, environment, the second is social, third is economic. That's why whenever we are using the word green economics, automatically environment and social sustainability have become the part of it. So it means when we are using the word sustainability, actually we are saying sustainability not only in terms of environmental protection, but also social sustainability, because this element often ignored. We always think about we need to save nature, we need to save water, we need to save climate, we need to save carbon. So it means we need to think about social sustainability also. So it's not about climate change, reducing pollution, but also the justice and equity of the individual and communities. And not in one country, by the way, it is across the world. So we are supposed to think, how are we going to bring social sustainability across the world? If one country is using resources unlimited and another country is deprived with these resources, it's not social sustainability. It may be an environmental sustainability in a corner. In long term, in future, everybody will have to pay the price. So now the world have learned that together we are in the same boat. So that's why we need to think about the social justice, social equity across the countries, across the globe, across the communities. Within one country, across all provinces and cities, we need to consider them. And the third one, of course, the main pillar is the economic sustainability, without which in the long term, we will not be able to socially or environmentally responsible. If you focus on the third definition of economic, automatically you can see socially and environmentally are the component of it. So when I'm going to discuss about economic sustainability, automatically I will try to link how economy is directly or indirectly connected with social and environmental sustainability. They are become the part of this economic sustainability. So in economic sustainability, we are thinking of profitability. We are thinking of, increasing the business. We are thinking about increasing the wealth of the nations. However, at the same time, we are considering environmental and social factors also while we are moving further. You will see more in detail about the green economics because, it's a recent term in which people are working now. So mostly people think about ecological component or environmental components into that. And the definitions are also suggesting. So in green economics, what we are considering, we are saying all economic theories are based on profit maximization. All economic theories are simply based on supply and demand. It means if something is in demand, we need to provide it so that automatically we can create a more demand there. So supply and demand are connected, yes, but at what cost? The production is important, but at what cost? The production maximization is good for the economy or for the country, but at what cost? If we are interested to increase the export of a country, we need a lot more production in that country, but at what cost? So that is more important to think, what are those ecological factors, economic factors, social factors, which are actually compromised when we are working on our economic terms and when we are working on our economic development. Now the major question arises, so it means our economic or national resource consumption is actually an ecosystem which is connected with the production, service, people, and social justice, all are connected together. So green economics, in fact, seeks to develop new models of economy, new policies, which can promote sustainability, environmental production, and social welfare. As you can see the last line, which is very important. So we need new economic models. We need new economic policies in our business schools, which are going to provide sustainability, environmental production, and social welfare. So if we are considering all three together, automatically we are thinking about the green economics, or ultimately we are discussing about sustainability. What are the key principles of the green economics? So these 7 principles, if we keep in mind, they are actually providing how green economics means. What does it mean if we are interested to develop new policies and new models? So we need to consider these 7 principles, and these principles are actually providing us the guidelines, or at least the basis to think about in our economic system. I'm going to give a very brief idea about all these 7 principles one by one. By the way, you can put down your questions also in the chat box. If you need some answers of a particular question, we'll be willing to answer in between also, or at the end, as moderators suggest. So coming back to the first principle. Our first principle is valuing the environment. It means we are actually recognizing the economic value of resources. What do we do is that we are saying we have water, we can use water. For example, in textile industry, a large amount of water is being used. So are we ready to expand our textile industry unlimited so that we can use we can use the water resource without any limitation? Answer is that we can't do this. With the extension or with the expansion of our textile industry, if we need more water, we need to find alternate solutions. We need to find some kind of innovation. We need to find some kind of, alternate ways of that water, or at least we can convert them into a recycled water that can be used again and again in our factories or in our industry. So that's why when we are using our valuable natural resources, we need to create an ecosystem. For example, when we are valuing the environment with our economic activities, are we affecting clean air? Are we consuming more water? Are we hurting the biodiversity or incorporating them into our economic decision-making process? What is economic decision-making process? Economic decision process is that if I am interested to use fresh water for my textile industry, for example, its cost is, let's say, $2 per liter, which I'm using, or $2 per barrel. Now, the problem is that if I'm going to recycle it, another extra cost is supposed to be added into that. It will become $2.5. So am I going to afford $2.5 in my economic model? If yes, so that is actually a green economics. It means the green component is actually added in my economic system. So now all kind of feasibilities, all kind of planning, and all kind of production, or all kind of value assessment is being done based on valuing environment. I am valuing clean air. For example, I am going to use a factory. In that factory, for example, there is a carbon emission. Huge kind of carbon soot is coming out. So I need to have some kind of measures and solution to reduce that carbon in the fresh air. So how can I do this? I am going to adopt some kind of carbon filter or carbon filters in my factories. If I am going to use them, my production will go slow down. My cost will increase. So instead of producing something, let's say in 10 days, it is going to take 15 days. So am I incorporating those 5 days cost in my economic model, that is economic decision-making process. So now we need to value environment. So automatically, whenever you are thinking about any production decision, not just think about resource availability or resource utilization, rather than think about valuing the environment. How are you going to save the environment, or how much you are going to hurting the environment so that you can save it? Second thing, full cost accounting. Full cost accounting is actually the benefits of the economic activities. For example, normally whenever we are trying to, evaluate our economic model, we always think in terms of economic or dollars. If I'm doing this activity, I can earn $10. If I'm doing activity B, I can earn $20. So why not activity B? Fine. In comparison of the activity A and B, B is providing you $20. But the problem is that while you are going for economic activity B, have you included environmental impact into this? If you will include, so automatically you will feel that activity B is not going to provide you that solution. Let me give you an example. In our factories, for example, in the cement factory, we are using various resources, for example, lime and others. If I am going to use those kind of resources without any check and balance, so my entire environment is going to be hurt. For example, in Pakistan, where lots of bricks are made. And when these bricks are made in small areas, there is a huge carbon emission. With this carbon emission, the environment is polluted, and all those villages and cities are affected by that. So government is putting, a regulation that they are not supposed to use the traditional kind of bricks making processes. They are bringing some kind of new technology. But the problem is that who is going to afford that technology? So that full cost and benefit of economic activity. If we are using traditional, our profit is $10. If we are going to use environmental protected kind of technology, our cost automatically increase. Now we are not earning $10, we are earning only $5. So this is full cost accounting. So normally when we are making our accounting books, whenever we are making our, balance sheets and feasibilities and profit and loss charts, what happens in that case? We never take into account what kind of damage we are causing to our environment. If we include that damage, automatically that cost will become higher and that profit will become lower. So it is suggested always include environmental factors in your economic activities. This is one of the key principles of our green economics. Moving towards circular economy. Circular economy, normally circular debt and other functions we normally teach in our economics courses. But circular economy means take, make, and dispose. So normally we make a transition, promoting the transition from a linear. We take resources, we make something out of it, and we throw the other things. For example, residuals and garbage and other things, we throw them out. So this is take, make, and dispose. And even we are making those things in such a way so that people are going to utilize them for a while and then throw. For example, mobile phones. We are going to buy a mobile phone today. After 2 years, a new model comes. We take, we make, we dispose. So normally, countries, factories, economies are taking, making, and disposing. It means the things which we are making are not reusable, are not reused by some other people. So that is actually a wrong economic issue. In that case, we are wasting a lot more material in the market, and we are wasting a lot more resources also. So actually, we are taking all the resources one after the other of making newer things and providing them to the consumers, and demand of the consumers because is increasing. So that's why we are throwing them in the market. So that will not create an efficiency in the market. That is an inefficiency. If you are consuming all the natural resources, you are actually going for, an kind of inefficiency in the long term. Maybe in a short term, you can consider it's an efficiency. So what is the issue? We need to go model to a circular economy model. So our current model, take, make, dispose model. And where we have to go, we need to go towards circular economy model. Means we are going to recycle the things. We are going to waste reduction, for example, reduce them, all kind of wastage which we are going to provide, and bringing resource efficiency. Resource efficiency means, are we going to utilize the remaining resources after one production? Normally we throw them out. Okay, these are not reusable. So this is actually focusing on, in any factory, in any area, in any economic production, anywhere, whenever things are available, what you can do with the remaining things and how you can utilize them. So that's why that will create a resource efficiency. Without creating a resource efficiency, a circular economy cannot be created. So our job is to think, for example, nowadays, two important terms are being used. Besides recycling, which is a common term, there is an upcycling also. Upcycling means that various brands now, lots of clothing brands are coming in the market, which they are using the products from the already used products. Let's say used clothes. They are making new things out of it. For example, cushions, for example, decoration pieces. So there is a lot more. In ICHEDS University, there is a school which is called Fashion Design School. That Fashion Design School is thinking that how they can create new fashions from the waste material, from the plastic, from the buttons, from the garbage. How are they going to use? Many of you have seen, for example, the wrappers of the chips are being thrown everywhere all over the world. So how are we going to reuse those wrappers of the chips and convert them into some kind of recycling process into something new? That is actually a circular economy. Another important concept or the principle is the decoupling economic growth from resource consumption. Right now, the focus of the industry is resource consumption. It means they are using resource whichever is available or whichever they can achieve. They include that in their production cost, and then finally they make a product price. This is the price after using them. So whenever we are going an economic growth without increasing the resource depletion, for example, our copper reserves are at point X. After using 1 year, our industry, many industries which they are using copper, for example, now reserve has gone to X minus 10. So actually we are going for resource depletion. The cost of going from X to X minus 10 needs to consider in our cost, and we need to think how can we reduce next year rather than going 10 points down. We need to go 5 points down or 6 points down with the same production level. So not only we need to increase the production, but also we need to control the resource depletion. So that is actually a challenge. That needs innovation. That needs new technology. That needs new ways of thinking. That needs new ways of economic model. That needs new ways of production. So that's why we need to change not only the production factors, but also the consumption patterns. The underlying point, consumption patterns. We need to understand our consumer, for example. You cannot use resources without considering anything. Right now, for example, just think one simple example. If you are going to any fast food restaurant, they are providing you a glass of Coke, they are providing you a box in which burgers are there, chickens are there. So if 1,000 people are using in 1 minute, multiplied by that entire country or entire population, you can assume that how much wastage of the cardboard is being done in 1 day. So that's a huge. How can we change the consumer pattern? We can ask the same plastic box will be reused for the burger and chips if we are going to provide you $5 or $1 or $0.50 discount. So automatically the consumption pattern will change. People will bring automatically the plastic plates and other reusable plates with them, and they can use it. Or they say there are two ways of using this. If you are going to have, for example, if you are going to use, let's say, a plastic box, we are going to reduce the price, let's say $0.50. And if you are using the actual amount, you have to pay $0.50 more. So consumption pattern automatically will reduce and people start reusing and recycling them. Sorry. Another important factor, which is actually the social equity and well-being. Another important is social equity and the well-being. What do we do in social equity and the well-being? We are actually doing economic activities, promoting all the economic activities, for improving the quality of life. It means in my factory, in my business, in my production house, am I going to reduce the am I going to improve the quality of life and in reducing the inequality? So basic purpose of any organization is not just the production and economy. Its purpose is that to bring social justice in the society where they are operating. It is their primary responsibility. You have seen, 20 years back, there was a word which was coined corporate social responsibility. The corporate social responsibility means the corporations which are taking all the resources in a certain area, they are supposed to work for the development. And many organizations have already worked either in the health sector of the locality or for the education or for the well-being of the society which is nearby to them. But now we have to think in a broader term, because that was the very small concept in which you are doing a CSR in 100 meter or 100 miles in your area or 50 miles in your area. You are doing some economic activities and some social activities. How social equity can be created while we are indulging into an economic activities? Answer: increase the basic pay. Include the people, those who are in the lower strata of the income. If we are including more and more those people who are in the lower income strata and giving them more margins of profitability and including them in the productivity, so the trickle down effect is that their life will become better after your production. Ultimately, factories are supposed to produce, but is it necessary to hire the cheapest labor? No. We need to set certain standards. One, this kind of minimum standard we are setting for our organization, which we are going to pay, number one. Number two, we are going to, by design, by deliberation, we are going to hire those people, those who are in a lowest economic area, lowest economic income strata, so that automatically they are going to become the part of the economy. So here, organization need to think not only inclusion and access to the basic services, but also address their issues of the poverty. For example, if they need loans, they can provide some loans to those workers also, so that their life can become better and they can work. Automatically, your production will increase. Normally, when we calculate in our business the cost of such things, it is high. That is perfectly right. But without that, a social equity, we cannot have the well-being. There is an economic rule. If you are going to produce, who is going to consume? Somebody who has the money automatically will be consuming. If the people, those who are having the money will become larger and larger, automatically your consumption will become larger and automatically your profitability will become higher. So that is the golden rule, that you need to include more and more people into that. And that is only possible when we are going to reduce the poverty and when we are controlling the inequality. Policy interventions. Now government requires certain policies and incentives. When we are discussing about the businesses, definitely only businesses cannot alone do this, because there are lots of taxes, because there are lots of governmental policies, there are many regulations are available, there is a huge technological cost, and there is a huge training cost of also of the manpower. So in that case, we need to understand as a government that what kind of policies we can provide to our businesses, so that, for example, changing certain regulations, incorporating new technologies for the production, including reducing some taxes if lower income people are going to be added in the factory or in the business or in the production house. So automatically, some environmental cost is supposed to be absorbed by the business, and some environmental cost is supposed to be absorbed by the government as well, in terms of reducing taxes also. So here it's a win-win situation, because the governments in return automatically will get the profitability, but in the long run, they are going to become the part of SDGs, because every country has to achieve the sustainable development goals. So with this win-win situation, they will be able to achieve certain sustainable development goals also in future. The problem is that The government alone cannot do everything with the organizations. So we need more players into that. Those players is the civil society. So we need civil society organizations, we need NGOs, and we need other individuals and other people, those who are going to collaborate in this entire process. For example, let me give you a very small example. There is a factory. The factory is interested to hire people from lower income strata. They said, we are ready to hire 1,000 people, but the problem is that those people do not have education. Those people have no training. Those people, when they are hired into a factory, they are going to take our 6 months time or 1 year time in learning process. So what an NGO can do? An NGO can take money from philanthropists. They can train those 1,000 people for 6 months. And after that training, they can plug them into the industry. So here, that training component is done not by the organization, by the NGO. So the burden of training is shifted from organization to the civil society or to the NGOs. So the best part is that lots of stakeholders are supposed to be collaborated and engaged. It means it is a concerted effort. It means it is a deliberated plan. Until and unless government and other stakeholders and business people are not going to shake hands together, automatically this thing will not come into place. So that's why it is a deliberated effort by the government, by the business, by the stakeholders, by the NGOs, and many other players. They sit together, make a plan, and automatically intervene wherever it is required in the organizations. What green economics actually provide us? If we do all these things, so what will happen, by the way? I mean, are we ready just by thinking about these 7 ideas and we will start working on it? Answer is actually no. We need a complete framework of rethinking traditional economic model and practices. So here, number 1, we need to understand these principles and many more. What actually is a green economics? Number 2, we need to understand traditional economics principles and practices. We need to combine these 2 ideas, intertwine them, and then come up some new frameworks. Until and unless new frameworks are not there, green economics will not work. So green economics is going to provide us a thinking process towards a new kind of framework first. Then green economics is asking us, we need to adopt new business practices. So we need to change our business practices. Saying this is easy, but thinking about the entire country, thinking about so many sectors, 20, 30 different sectors in the country, thinking about thousands of organizations in the countries, definitely it's a challenging task. It needs a lot of deliberation, but I can say the business school's responsibility, because we are teaching to our business students the new ways of thinking and the new ways of doing businesses. So they can do this or we can do that. Sorry. Then identification of renewable energy resources. There a lot more is going on, lot more, scientists are working on renewable energy. And even today in the morning, I read a news about 0% carbon emission in the Europe, and 2035, they said no more production of the traditional cars. Only, renewable energy cars are going to be used there. So that's why we need to think, the Europe is implementing all these things. So why not to Asia and other developing countries? They can come up to a similar plans. Development of new technologies. It means right now, whatever the production technologies are available, it's a time to redesign, rethink, rework on new technologies so that you can come up with the new ideas how production can be changed under the line of the green economics. And development of sustainable finance mechanism. That's the key point. The last point is the key point, because normally organizations, the businesses and the factories and the production houses always reluctant, because whenever you ask them to adopt technology X because it will reduce carbon emission, they say no, there is a huge technology cost, we cannot incorporate this in our system, so sorry, we will go with our traditional way. So it means now the financial balance sheet is supposed to be understood in an entirely different way. We need to see how are we going to incorporate those factors into our financial models. Now coming up to our business faculty, if business faculty is here and they are listening, I'm providing, as a researcher, I'm providing you these 12 thematic areas. If you will see these 12 themes, I will quickly give you a glance in each area, what actually you can do if you are planning to work in a research in all these areas. So a lot more research is going on right now in all these 12 areas, which are, environmental valuation, internalizing externalities, sustainable production and consumption, circular economy we discussed earlier, that's a key principle, policy intervention we discussed, green technologies, what new green technologies people are doing, biodiversity, how people are working on sustainable investments, what are different finances and investments are there, and social justice. So what are research? I will give you a glimpse of 1 and 2 minutes in all these 12 areas, what kind of research you can do and what specific topics you can pick if you are planning to write. And right now, so many journals, for example, energy journals, sustainability journals are publishing all these articles under these themes. So I will give you a very brief and quick glance, and then we will come up some question answer sessions also. I will give you ample time to ask questions, don't worry. So I will take a minute or two on each slide, on these 12 slides, so that you will get an idea of what we are doing. For example, if you are interested to work on environmental valuation, so what you can think about, you can calculate the cost, for example, valuation of the clean air, valuation of the clean water. How can you evaluate the biodiversity? How can you evaluate various decisions which you are going to take under sustainable practices? How can you value it? So valuation means that how are you going to calculate the value? This is a numeric dollar value of any activity which you are doing. So this is monetization of each kind of decision which you are taking by incorporating into environmental factors. So a lot of research is being done. How are we going to incorporate those? Because normally when we incorporate, what is the dilemma here? The dilemma here is that if I'm going to buy a technology for my, reduction of the carbon, that cost automatically added because I know what is the cost of the technology. But what is the profitability? I always calculate profitability in today's term. I do not calculate the profitability, how much carbon I'm reducing and how much cost it will, save in future by reducing those trees cutting. So it means that that profitability, I don't know. That's also a profit. Profit is not just on the product. Profit is on the environment also. So how that component of the profitability is going to be incorporated, this is a new kind of economic science. And this is a new kind of economic evaluation models. So our research is going on. How are we going to create the value of those resources which we are saving for the future? That is environmental valuation. Internalizing externalities. So what actually it is? In this case, we are trying to identify cost benefit of various activities which are not reflected in the market price. Whenever we are making pricing, so in that price, how are you going to add certain component? For example, if you are saving pollution, so how that pollution cost is supposed to be added in terms of a price and how your price automatically will be changed. So actually, some cost is supposed to be bear by the factory or the production house and the government and the NGO. However, a certain portion of the cost is supposed to be, shared by the individuals, also those who are consuming those products. So here we are actually encouraging all those businesses to identify sustainable practices and incorporate something in terms of tax. For example, we can add one more tax in our product, let's say 0.1% or 0.5% tax of environmental protection tax. With this environmental protection tax, now companies will be able to buy the new technology to incorporate them. So automatically they will show that we have purchased a new technology and we are, putting up the cost in our product so that consumers are also going to pay for that particular product into this. Sustainable production. Sustainable production are actually, we are thinking, how are we going to optimize our resources by minimizing the wastage? We call them decoupling. I discussed this earlier also, how consumption and environmental factors are going to be decoupled. Right now, we are assuming all things are freely available to us and this entire environment and this ozone layer is free. There is no cost of destroying this ozone layer. There is a cost. that cost will incur in the future. So today, if I am destroying the ozone layer, I have to pay the price in future after 50 years. So that's why we need to incorporate that, and we need to think about reducing the wastage, producing the efficiency, and controlling. And we call them as environmental footprint. How are we going to reduce the environmental footprint? As you are reducing environmental footprint, means consuming less and less natural resources. So with this, automatically you can long last, but that needs a production and consumption balance. So sustainable production, remember, sustainable is not just the production. Sustainable is a consumption also. So not only we need to understand how are we going to bring sustainable production in our countries, but also sustainable consumption as well at the same time. Circular economy, I discussed. The major research area in circular economy is right now recycling, reusing. But one factor I will focus right now is in this slide is related to the minimizing environmental impact. Many impact assessment studies are being conducted now. With these impact assessment studies, the companies are doing, if we are doing this product, for example, what will be the environmental impact of this? If I am bringing technology A, for example, how much it is affecting the environment, maybe in terms of carbon, maybe in terms of water usage, maybe in terms of air pollution. So for every activity, we are trying to identify environmental impact for our every business activity. That is more important right now to focus, and lot more research is going on in this area. Policy intervention. One thing I have already given the idea. So what people are doing, they are coming up some kind of regulations on emissions, tax on carbon emissions, tax on pollutions, tax on older technology if you are using, higher tax, and if you are using newer technology, lower tax. So in this case, governments are providing incentives to and subsidies to encourage sustainable practices and discourage environmentally harmful activities. So now the question is, what kind of policies? So at a business school, we need to develop new policies. We need to come up new ideas. We need to think about various macroeconomic indicators also, along with micro production techniques as well.
Excuse me, Prof. Zaki, for interrupting your presentation. So your time is over.
Can you give me just 2 minutes to finish it up?
Oh yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Please continue.
So, give me 2 minutes. I'll just wrap it up.
Yeah.
We'll give you some conclusion in 2 minutes. I'll wrap it up with this. So many techniques I have already discussed. These are available to all of you. All of you can access. I have given in my abstract as well all the details. So my focal point is that right now, what are we concluding out of all these? Our conclusion is that these research themes, which I discussed or have given these 12 themes, are actually providing a broad overview of the diverse topic and areas of investigation. As a business school, our responsibility to give our students these kind of topics to research in their MBAs, in their BBAs, in their masters and business degrees. We need to provide them these topics to work upon. Number one. Number two, these topics are not alone can be done. For example, if we are doing on air pollution, a business student cannot do this alone. We need an interdisciplinary approach. So we need to shake hand with environmental departments also, and many other interdisciplinary departments, even computer science department as well, because challenges are complex. So an interdisciplinary approach is required. And finally, the researchers and scholars continue to delve into these themes, and they can generate a good knowledge and some innovative solutions. With this, concluding, thank you, and green economy to all the countries. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
What do you?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Professor Zaki, for your exquisite topic. I underline that your topic today is giving us another knowledge on how to create a balance between economic development and environmental protection in our society, particularly in green economics, because it plays a crucial role in promoting sustainability by integrating environmental considerations into economy decision making and policy formulations. Thank you. Before I open for the Q&A session, so now we will continue with our distinguished second keynote speakers. I would like to invite Mr. Bobur Sobiro, Ph.D. From Tashkent State University of Economics Markland branch. Will present about sustainability in hospitality and tourism, particularly on sustainable tourism as a tool for development. But before Mr. Bobur Sobiro present his topic, so the committee will. Oh, okay. Now, time is yours, Mr. Bobur Sobiro. Yeah, time is yours, Mr. Bobur Sobiro.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Good day from Uzbekistan, especially from Samarkand. I am Ph.D. Bobur Sobirov from Tashkent State University of Economics, Samarkand branch. Actually, if you let me, I would like to introduce myself because I'm not just working at one university. I have been working at the second one too. It's Silk Road Tourism University. It's also situated in Uzbekistan. So my topic is today is connected with sustainability in hospitality and tourism. And I would like to be fast in order to provide my presentation to all members who are joining now, researchers, professors from different parts of the world. And first of all, I would like to mention that this conference is going to be very hot with discussions, productive with different ideas, and very interesting with different and various presentations from ranked university professors and teachers. So what is exactly sustainable tourism? Today, during presentations, I have noticed that we have mentioned more about different sustainability projects, goals, about the green economy, and so on. But I would like to focus today sustainability with tourism. And according to International Sustainability Tourism United Nations yearly bulletin, they have mentioned and focused on 5 different key factors which are connected with sustainability and tourism. The first one is inclusive and sustainable economic growth. In some countries nowadays you can see boom of tourism. Actually, Uzbekistan or Central Asia is one of the example due to regional tourism with Indonesia, with Malaysia, Singapore, or other European countries. Uzbekistan has opened its doors to all people from different countries, and now as Samarkand is considered as one of the important city due to minerals like Al-Bukhari, Amir Temur, and others. We have been now noticing great interest on tourism. The second point, it was social inclusiveness, employment, and poverty reduction. Is my presentation is there? Okay. So second point, it was social inclusiveness, employment, and poverty reduction. So in some countries, tourism is making great job opportunities to people. Nowadays, people are going to make great interest according to visiting like undiscovered and untapped places, like let's say African countries, let's say American places and destinations, and also in this case, Central Asia is one of the developing, let's say, places. During last 2 years, we have reached about 3 times more tourist, let's say, flow in Uzbekistan, and lots of people are coming to see, to get in social interaction, to get more employment job places now by government is organized, and these all nowadays helping to reduce poverty in Uzbekistan and let's say in neighbor countries. As you know, there are some countries like Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, and let's say some partner let's say countries like Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan. These all countries nowadays under one concept, under one goal called Silk Road, they are now mixed and making many joint tour packages in order to attract and in order to reduce sustainability on tourism. The third one is resource efficiency, environmental protection, and climate change. So we are focusing on our historical World Heritage sites in order to attract tourists. We are not, let's say, paying more attention in order to harm our environment. We are trying to make some, let's say, interest in order to organize different points according to, let's say, resources, according to nature, environment, and protection of climate change. The next point, according to Sustainable Tourism Development Plan of United Nations, was cultural values like diversities, heritage, its values, as these points are very important in order to make better, let's say, development, not just according to tourism, but also social and economic factors. Government nowadays paying more attention in different countries, in different destinations, in order to value these features. And the last one, according to this mention, it was mutual understanding, peace and security. As you know, nowadays, in different parts, let's say, going on different political games, different political, let's say, sanctions between each other, and due to this one, sustainability is going to be tapped by governments, by head of, let's say, government, and it's nowadays going to be very difficult in some countries like Russia. Russian people, for example, get some sanctions to visit other European countries, and most of them nowadays just visiting neighbor countries like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, where most people speak in Russian language. So next slide of me, I would like to mention that tourism and travel sustainability goal as a factor. If you go to the second slide of me, I couldn't see it. It's not changing on screen. If you change the second, if you go to the second slide, you can see that there is a goal, 17 different goals of tourism sustainability goal, and you can see here as tourism as one of the destination of World Heritage Site. It has own development actions and strategies by different countries, and so this is now focused in Uzbekistan case. Our President Shavkat Mirziyoyev has paid a great interest in order to develop tourism in Uzbekistan. Therefore, it's vital to define travel and tourism strategy, as it is appropriate to define products that can push or pull sustainability of economical growth of tourism industry in different, let's say, areas. According to the next slide of me, I couldn't see it on Zoom. I don't know why it's not change it. Organizers, can they change my slide, please? I'm already on the next slide. Yeah, here you can see some sustainable development goals. Here you can see 17 different goals by United Nations, and these all points nowadays mentioned by our president, and we have been working on the own development plan and action strategies of our president and Ministry of Tourism Committee, and both of these head of, let's say, government nowadays working on it. So next slide, please. So what is sustainable tourism? Sustainable tourism is traveling with the purpose of creating positive impact on environment, on society, and economics. It's not just going there to eat, let's say, hamburgers and throw away or somewhere else, or not just developing tourism and in order to, let's say, make some disturbing on nature and environment. This is just going to visit some places, some destinations in order to make better enjoyment of nature, of environment, of, let's say, some society, to go there, to be with families, to be with people, to interact with each other, to live together, let's say, in a short time, and to have a rest. So the second one is tourism actually says sustainable. Yeah, it could be sustainable in some destinations if there are some strict rules. If no, it can, tourism also can, let's say, affect negatively in order to be from point of sustainability. Also, there are many ways to travel responsibly. Tourism will never be completely sustainable. In some cases, some of guests who visit from different countries, they do not pay attention on this. Every industry creates its own impact, and tourism, it's not different. It can also may harm negatively. As a traveler, you can help tourism to be sustainable by making some conscious choices that ensure environmental and local communities can thrive. What I mean by this, when you visit some places, you need to take recycled bins. You need to, let's say, use some things that you can use more. You shouldn't use some, let's say, points that you can just use and throw away somewhere else. So next slide, please. According to my next slide, you can see some different points, benefits of sustainable tourism, how we can get some benefits if we organize sustainability or if you pay attention on sustainable tourism. First, you will become more eco-conscious traveler. So what I mean by this, when you go some places, if there are some rules, or if you're educated, let's say, tourist, you will pay attention in order not to harm environment. You will pay attention what to do, how to do, where to go, where not to go, or what actions you can do and what actions you cannot do. As a professor of tourism, when we teach, let's say, students, we will pay attention on some actions by government and by tourism committee. We will provide information, we will provide some instructions to travelers before they go to some tour packages, before they open the doors of environment or nature. The second one, it has lower ecological impact. When you visit, let's say, some places, you will pay, but you cannot, let's say, you cannot retrieve this kind of environmental or natural aspects. For that reason, even if you organize some, let's say, ecological tourism destinations, you need to pay attention that nature, it's very difficult to come back on that level. The next one, it allows wildlife to stay wild or use it with a mean of attraction. Some people come here, they play with, let's say, nature, or play with some animals. They try to use animals, they use animals as a, let's say, resource of tourism. But in some case, wildlife or animals, even they can disappear from one location, from one destination, and it will be difficult to make that according to the level which was before. Next one is responsible tourism. Responsible tourism, it means that if you pay attention by some regions, by administrative regions, it will be environmentally clean. Otherwise, it can be difficult. It supports and empowers local communities. It preserves cultural heritage. If you organize sustainable development, it's not just going to nature, it's not just going to ocean or using, like, let's say, green area. It can be also cultural heritage sites, which was, let's say, in Samarkand, you can see some World Heritage sites, which was built 3,000 years before. So when you visit that place and if you organize tours there, it's very historical place, very glorious place for Samarkand or some city or destination. However, some tourists, when they come there, they do photos, they try to go to upstairs, downstairs, even if it is prohibited, they try to touch some, let's say, walls, some, let's say, resources, and it can easily harm that place, let's say, cultural place value. For that reason, we need to pay attention on sustainability. And next slide, please. There are a number of factors which may travel and tourism services make different from physical products. It's intangible, inseparable, perishable, heterogeneity, and ownership. So what I mean by this, I would like to mention more according to my next slide, please, if you go there, in order to not to waste our time, I would like to be fast. Intangibility. In some cases, when you get a sustainable point, and if you would like to make one tour package, you cannot feel. Services cannot normally be seen. It cannot be touched. It cannot be smelled or tasted, tried, or from the size or stored on a shelf prior to purchase. So you need to pay before going, before taking the service. So from sustainable point of view, this is a little difficult on tourism sector. There are some intangibility, it makes harder to buy, it's harder to make the service easier. So package can be defined as a pre-arranged combination sold or offered for sale at an inclusive price, not less than two or the following three elements like transportation service, accommodation service, and let's say other services which are organized by tour operators like guiding services, let's say security or insurance services. So next slide, please. So there are some key concepts like capacity, occupancy rate, and load factors. Packages and tour operators pay attention on these while paying attention on sustainability factor. The first package tour, this could be transport and accommodation and other tourist services, and this term was once done by different, let's say, holiday market in Europe, and it was since 1950s. The role of package companies goes beyond that wholesalers, as they are nowadays, most of people trying to buy online services like Booking.com, Expedia, Airbnb, TripAdvisor, these kind of, let's say, companies and online travel agencies nowadays pushing not to sell packages. So if we get, let's say, this kind of environment, let's say, online platforms, mostly people go there individually. So if they go individually, it would be very difficult from sustainable point of view to take control of people. So before 1950s, for example, it was easier for us. It was easier for tourism owners or, let's say, suppliers to take control of guests with some restrictions, with some rules, with the followers of, let's say, tour agencies or tour operators. But now, most people nowadays not going, let's say, with groups because they have different tastes, because they do have their own schedules, they often, let's say, interests. For that reason, when they visit individually, they can easily go to nature individually, and it's very difficult for suppliers to get, let's say, ideas to take control of this, let's say, point. Next slide, please. Inseparable. So what does it mean? Production and consumption of services are inseparable. To take advantage of air flight or bus service, for example, both you can use, it must make journey at the same time. So if no service, if no infrastructure, sustainability cannot happen on tourism sector. So when you organize all these, you should try, for example, in my next slides, I have mentioned it about this. You shouldn't take Airbus. You can take Eco car or hybrid car, or you shouldn't go to each time. You shouldn't choose some properties like hotels or guest houses. You can go to nature and with camp you can stay somewhere else. So inseparable means on tourism sector you need to work together under one synergy. So hotels, accommodation places, tour agencies, let's say travelers, all of them should work together, and they need to pay and focus on eco-friendly services. If they provide eco-friendly services, then tourism and touristic, let's say, services can avoid some, let's say, harms of nature and the environment, and it can be after these points, it can be sustainable. So next slide, please. Perishability, since production and consumption are simultaneous, services are instantly perishable if they have not been sold at the same time of production. So the empty train seat or empty hotel bed, unsold holiday all represent lost opportunities. So there are lost sales that can never be recovered. Empty hotel rooms cannot be stored for when demand increases. Unlike manufacturers of goods, they cannot just keep producing services and store them for future sales, and striking the correct balance between capacity and sales, supply and demand is extremely difficult. So on tourism, perishability is a very important factor. For that reason, there are two factors. You can solve to package it tour, or you can try to offer these all your services to individual, let's say, travelers. As I have hotel, as I am a manager of hotel, I try to sell all my rooms to different purposes with different people or different companies. Some, let's say, times when it is seasonable, there is seasonality on tourism too. Let's say in Uzbekistan, there are 4 seasons. In hot weather, which is, let's say, summer, it's difficult to sell your rooms. So if it is spring or, let's say, autumn, you can easily sell your rooms tour packages or travelers with group, for example, from Poland, from Russia, from Kazakhstan, from India, from Indonesia, nowadays visiting Uzbekistan, and we are selling them as a tour package. So there are 50 members, they come with one, let's say, transportation, they take your hotel, they go to nature together, they have together dinner and so on. This is eco-friendly tour. This is sustainability on tourism. We can say that they are not they wasting, let's say, time or money because they travel together, one car, one transportation, one hotel, one property, and at the same time, all arranged tours could be organized. However, if it is winter or, let's say, hot weather like now in Uzbekistan, it's 40 Celsius degree now, no tourists. So what you will do? In order to avoid perishability, you will try to offer your services for individual purposes, for individual, let's say, guests. So when the individual guests in your hotel or in your transportation service, it will be very difficult from sustainable point of view. You cannot avoid some environmentally problems. They cannot be eco-friendly. They can use whatever they want because they know tourist guides, there is no control of that person or people as they come with friends, with as a couple, with family, and so on. It will be very difficult. So on tourism, sustainability means we should organize tours together, or we need to be, even if we are individual, we need to be eco-friendly. Next slide, please. Sustainable tips for local travel. I will be fast. What they need to do. So avoid leaving litter and try to recycle. This is very important. Bring your own travel mug. Avoid single-use items. If you have single-use items, if there is no, let's say, opportunity, you will throw away somewhere else and you will continue your travel, and it will be very harmful for environment. Next one, find eco-friendly accommodations. So you shouldn't go to, no, please, pre-your slide, please. You shouldn't go to some places which are very, let's say, expensive. You need to try to go to some interesting and eco-friendly accommodations in order to avoid problems. Try to turn off lights and appliances in order to be friendly. Don't use much electricity. Electricity using it will be also difficult. And you should use do not disturb signs. In some places, if you use do not disturb or do not clean room, let's say staff of hotel will, or let's say staff of transportation will not each time clean, will not waste water, will not waste the energy. Do not fly. Try to use bus, local bus, or try to use train, or instead you can use hybrid cars or electro cars. You can rent some of them. We have on slide, you can see there are some tips for international travelers. The first one is familiarize yourself with local customs and traditions. For example, from Islamic world, as Uzbekistan is one of the Islamic country, when people come from Islamic world, it's easy for us to interact with each other because our culture, our, let's say, values are the same. But there are some people from other countries, from Europe, from other countries, even if they visit Uzbekistan or other Muslim countries, they do not know how to behave. So be aware of dress code in religious buildings and areas. I think you understand what I mean by this. Never buy products made by endangered species. Try to use public transport. Avoid plastics, particularly single-use plastic. I have already mentioned about this. It's for both local and international travelers. And use some sunscreen, or that is, let's say, ocean or roof safe. Sadly, sunscreen pollution is causing huge harm to coral reefs. Next slide, please. There are 6 factors like high cost, seasonality, ease of entry or exit, dependence to some places, so impact of society and effect of external shocks that can easily harm us. Next, please. Next slide, please. So what we can do? My conclusion, according to my presentation, is to do some simple actions. You need to travel, whether locally or international travel. It's important to educate yourself first of all. Areas they have, for example, some activities that you can do, even if it is business, but you need to try. Even if people are making business and offering you services, you need to be educated. Educated person will not harm, let's say, environment or nature. Be aware over to be issues of over tourism and consider visiting areas that are less popular. You will be likely find better experience to avoid the surrounding by quite so many other tourists. Do not feel that your every move and make tourist needs to be perfect. But when you have a choice, go to sustainable options. As I said, you need to use your bus towel. You need to eat small at small and local restaurant, which could be very tasty. You shouldn't go to big chain of hotels. You can try to go somewhere and make, let's say, a property there, and you can have a rest there. That could be better rather than organizing other type of, let's say, travel. So thanks for attention. If there are some questions, I am ready to answer to questions. That was my last slide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bobur Sobiro, for your amazing presentations about your topic regarding sustainable and hospitality and tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us get into the question and answer session to our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Zaki and Mr. Bobur. In this time, I will give the opportunity to the first 3 participants to ask the questions or give a response to our 2 keynote speakers. Everybody in this room, please raise hands. And to whom do you will deliver your question? Thank you. Okay, the first one from Miss Endang Puji Astuti. Please give your question to our keynote speakers. Miss Endang Puji Astuti.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Prof. Okay, I am Endang Puji Astuti. I am from Universitas Muhammadiyah Palembang. Okay, like your present before, the material today. Okay, in my opinion, the objective of tourism development is not only to increase economic growth, but also to perhaps to preserve nature and surrounding environment. The problem arising is that there are still many tourism sporting facilities that are not in accordance with the zoning or designed area. So they can have a negative impact toward the environment. So my question is, what do you think about it? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your question. It's very interesting. Actually, not only in Uzbekistan or in some undeveloped countries, in all areas, in all destinations, tourism needs to be developed. And even if it is harmful, we need to organize, but we shouldn't organize it at, let's say, city centers. There are some places which needs to be improved. For example, sport facilities, if you pay attention, in all cities that are organized out of city in suburban areas. So in order not to harm environment, we need to try to organize, we need to permit to organize this kind of sport facilities or new sport events, sport facilities in suburban areas with control of government. So there are some places which needs to be organized, that needs to be infrastructure needs to be organized. And in my point of view, when we have organized, when we have offered at some points in Central Asian case, we organized free economic zones, free tourist zones in order to organize these kind of facilities. So what I mean by free tourist zones, when you organize this kind of opportunity to business people or to some investors, they will go and organize that activities in some areas that could be very interesting, both for tourists, local tourists and international ones, rather than organizing it in city center. Why we shouldn't organize it in city center? Because there will be air pollution, there will be rush hour, more traffic jam, let's say more visitors, and there will be some problems with accommodation services. And if we allow them to organize it in out of, let's say, place with control of government, it would be better to organize that facility, plus to make better job places and to give better facilities for both local and international, let's say, travelers. That is my suggestion for Committee of Tourism and for you. This is my answer for you.
Yeah, is it enough, Ms. Endang Pujastuti? Yeah, okay.
If more idea, I am available. If more questions, you can ask.
Yeah, okay. Now I will move to chat room. So this is, I have a question for both of you, Prof. Zaki and Mr. Bobur. So the question is coming from Ms. Mutia Jalina. The first for Prof. Zaki. How to implement the effective green economic in the campus environment, especially for the policy. And the next question refers to Mr. Bobur Siberov. There are many environment issues in the tourism sector, such as sea pollution because of plastic waste. How the university take in part to educate, how the university take in part to educate the local people to solve this problem. The business will not collapse because of this issue. Thank you.
Right. So much. Let me give the answer of Professor Dr. Mutia Jalina. She asked a wonderful question related to the policy in the campus. How are we going to bring a certain policy in the campus to enhance the effective green economics? My suggestion in that policy document, if you are interested to develop for a campus, definitely there should be some component related to the students, faculty, and you can create certain champions. For example, air pollution champion who is going to do certain activities in 1 month and in 6 months, so that that person can become a champion of that air pollution champion, water champion, and then we have an environmental friendly champion. So these kind of designations and a reward, if you will create, automatically students and faculty will work on it. My suggestion in terms of policy, you can incorporate some circles. These circles will revolve around faculty and students group, and they will actively engage and they will actively work on a certain cause. In all 17 sustainable goals, you can give one certain goal, like for example, water pollution goal, like for example, carbon emission goal. So that group will see certain projects, that group will do certain research, and that group will engage certain industry. Advantage is that in this policy, if you will incorporate it, that in upcoming courses, in upcoming projects, in upcoming research themes, all these are supposed to be sensitized and included. In 1 year, you will see a lot more changes will come in the campus. So that's my brief response to you, but a wonderful question you have asked. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Sobirov.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Zaki. Question from Mutia Delina. It was very interesting. And in case of Uzbekistan, how, for example, tourism university is tackling with pollution with plastic waste, or let's say sea pollution. So what we have done here in case of Uzbekistan, when you collect some plastic waste, government will pay you. So we have organized this system. When you collect it from somewhere else, there are some, let's say, places, they will collect from you that plastic waste in order to recycle it, in order to reuse it. So our university nowadays is providing some ambassadors to different areas. So people who are not working, who are, let's say, sitting at home, they are attracted in order to collect the, let's say waste. And moreover, we have some ambassadors or mentors in different areas, in different, let's say, touristic destinations, in order to provide instructions to people in order not to just throw away that kind of one-time, let's say, used plastic. Instead of that, they will collect it and they can provide to some areas in order to make money. So this is helping nowadays in case of Uzbekistan in order to avoid this kind of pollution. As a professor of tourism, I have visited Spain, let's say Turkey or other countries. In some, let's say, touristic areas or in some city council or administrative parts, they have been organizing the same. They are giving or educating people from governmental point of view or from governmental level in order to make this kind of structure. And in our university, what we are doing nowadays, we are providing some seminars, trainings, not just to our graduate students or master's degree or bachelor's degree students. We are making it for tour agencies. We are making it to suppliers of tourism. And also we are organizing some seminars and, let's say, trainings for people. People nowadays now know if they work together with, let's say, tourism suppliers, there will be better money, there will be better improvement of, let's say, life. For that reason, all developers, all people who are living in one destination, mostly in touristic destination, they are, let's say, nowadays helping to each other in order to develop tourism, not just to, for example, be as a, let's say, visitor. For that reason, I think, as Dr. Muhammad Zaki mentioned on your question, there should be some competitions, there should be some awards to people in order to motivate them, in order to push them to help to government, to help to administrative parts. And who should do this one? First, tourism suppliers, people, and tourists. These all three, let's say, members or ingredients, if they work as a synergy together, I think this problem will not happen. There will be pollution, but not at, let's say, global level. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Zaki and Mr. Bobus, for the amazing answering. So now I would like to invite Ms. Fanny to give questions for our beloved keynote speakers today. Time's yours.
Yeah. Thank you for being allowed to ask. My name is Fanny Novika. I'm from Trisakti School of Insurance Management. In Indonesia, there is an island named Obi Island in South Halmahera in North Maluku. In that area, there are a factory that built a nickel industrial area. That factory is produce a battery for electric vehicle, but it's still in raw materials. as many people know that electric vehicles are a solution to save fuel oil, which might one day will be run out. But the demand for the electric vehicle is also increasing. However, the impact is to another environment. We can see that electric vehicle is providing a solution, but actually it provides a new problem. To make 1 ton of the battery vehicle material will produce 1.5 tons waste or will produce 1.5 ton waste. It like a dilemma, like such a chicken and egg problems, I think. That means that the waste is more than the battery that will produce gitu. However, the entrepreneurs in this field is still producing, and actually it helps economics. So as educators and as researchers, what can we do to have an impact for solving this problem? Thank you.
Right, thank you. So, Dr. Boroboros, if you allow me, I'll take 2 minutes and you can respond to that as well. So that's a very interesting question you have asked. And this is exactly an economic issue. Economics says that if you are using one resource, for example, in terms of another resource, so you will create a third problem. So the scarcity and the wastage which you have mentioned, you are perfectly right. If we are reducing the carbon emission with oil production, for example, and not using the traditional cars and going for battery cars, so one day nickel will be, become a problem, and that wastage will become a problem for us. But we need to think in economic terms. Are we going from bigger problems to a lesser bigger problem? So we are successful. So today, if we are going from, traditional diesel cars or petrol cars to the battery cars, we are going to a lesser problem. And tomorrow after that, we will search another solutions. How are we going to go for electric cars, for example, or without having a battery cars, let's say, for example, or one battery which can long last. Right now, we are using batteries. Their life is, let's say, 1 year or 2 years. What if we are going to increase the life of a battery of 20 years? So in that case, automatically that reduction of resource will come down to 20% less or 40% less. So that's why we need to go from one-step solution. In economics, we cannot find all solutions together. I mean, it is practically not possible to produce something without utilizing any resource. We need to have certain resource to utilize. But the question is, are we utilizing that resource at the expense of environmental cost or not? If that cost is reducing, so we are successful. But unfortunately, in terms of economics, we cannot minimize and convert that into a zero. Something is to be used to produce some other thing. That's the rule. That's all from my side. Yes, Dr. Sobiro, if you want to answer this question.
Yes, Professor Fani Novika, it was very interesting question, and I agree with Dr. Muhammad Zaki's idea. This is, I think, first steps of organizing batteries, and first steps that we have been changing. Also in Uzbekistan, nowadays government is going to introduce hybrid cars, or let's say electro cars. First, when they introduced it, it was $43,000. Nowadays, it's going to be $28,000. Why? From economic point of view, step by step, they're improving their, let's say, reducing cost. So in order to reduce cost, there should be some, let's say, stage of work. Step by step, they can decrease it. But nowadays, as a first step of, let's say, organizing this kind of factory or organization, it will be first steps will be very, let's say, polluted the nature or environment, and people can be disagree with that action but step by step it needs to be improved. For the first step, if they organize this kind of, let's say, joint factories, they can get batteries from other country, or they can organize it in local area. Uzbekistan is working with BYD, Build Your World, let's say, company. They're getting some let's say, accessories from China and making, let's say, BYD or electric car or hybrid cars in Uzbekistan because we don't have experience. So experience comes with time, and I hope that after some time in Indonesia, in that, let's say, place which you have already mentioned, there will be some development or deployment of, let's say, this manufacturing, and there will not be so much pollution. But as a first stage, as Professor Muhammad Zaki mentioned it, we need to wait from economical point of view, or we should pay attention on experience or specialists. Maybe they can use, or they can invite some international experienced specialists in order not to make such kind of pollution. Or experience will come with time, and with time, experience and economical development could happen. For that reason, as I have been providing you some case of Uzbekistan, it was 43,000 USD when they organized it, when they offered first eco cars. Now it is $30,000, and you can see there's a big difference, $13,000 difference. And step by step, daily in Uzbekistan, you can see selling of 200, let's say, electric cars selling. So it is, I think, time problem. With time and with some process, it will reduce, and there will be some development. Thank you for your question, Professor Fani Noika.
Yeah, thank you. Now the last question from Prof. Liati. So I will read the question for Prof. Zaki and Mr. Bobor. For Prof. Zaki, thank you very much.
I got the question.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Ms. Rita also asked the question earlier also from one of the speaker. I do remember she was asking about index development. So Arita, you are very much interested in index development, and you are very much interested in, development of the strategy and measurement, which I have identified from this long question which you have mentioned. If I summarize your question, you are interested to know best green economic strategy to help deliverable sustainable development. Number one, that was your first part. And second, you are interested to know how are we going to develop some policy directed leadership, green economy or sustainability indexes or indicators. Right. These two are very good question, a very mature question, I must say. So thank you very much for asking this question. The first part, your question is related to that. How are we going to develop or improve, people's life based on some economic strategy to deliver sustainability or sustainable economics? I have mentioned 12 areas. Whenever we are going to develop a strategy, we need to consider all those 12 areas. So a strategy cannot be developed alone in one area or with one single policy. Like some are related to finance, some are related to technology, some are related to tourism, as my colleague has also mentioned. So all these areas need or require a certain strategic goals. If you are making a policy as a campus, as a university, as a business, or as a country, you need to develop certain goals. So those goals automatically require something to achieve. For example, sustainable finance. So a strategy for sustainable finance is that financial books are supposed to be reworked or revamped and rechanged, and then we are going to reshare them with the organizations. Okay, now you need to incorporate sustainability in your financial books and in your financial indicators. One thing. The second part of your question is related to the how are we going to develop leadership indicators. Remember, whenever we are working indicators, they are required for the measurement. If I can measure something, I can develop indicators. Leadership indicator means how leadership is successful in achieving a certain goals. And if we see sustainable development goals and their objectives are very clearly given, and we need, for example, how much carbon emission we have reduced, how much water consumption we have reduced, what percentage of reduction in our air pollution we are able to do it, what percentage of reduction in plastic usage we are doing it. These are automatically developed indicators, and leaders are supposed to develop a strategy and adopt those indicators. In a strategy, they will say, I will use this indicator X. Right now, we are using plastic, for example, 500 tons. Now, my goal is to reduce plastic from 500 tons to 400 or 400 to 300 tons. So that is automatically will become an indicator for that leader, whether that leader is able to access that or not, or able to solve this problem or not. My final point in this, leader's job is to develop policy, leader's job is to develop a strategy and roll out that strategy. And then there are many people, those who are going to implement that strategy, and finally we are going to measure it. There is an area in business we teach them. It is called impact assessment. So it means these indicators are directly connected to the impact assessment. For any policy and any strategy, what is the impact and how much it is helping to reduce the environmental hazards that we are supposed to measure, in my opinion. Thank you. And a wonderful question.
Thank you, Prof. Zaki, for your incredible answer for this question. So now, Mr. Boburs, do you have another question from Prof. Ariati? Prof. Ariati, sorry. Arita. I'm sorry.
Professor Arita, yes. So it was very interesting, both questions to me and to Dr. Muhammad Zaki, I think well connected with each other. They have asked about internal culture and good culture perspective in order to have a sustainability in culture. And the second question is about my opinion, how about positive impact of sustainable tourism on society? So when we organize any kind of actions, first I think in all areas, in all destinations, people's ideas, people's, let's say, decision, first of all, should be asked. When we organize some, in some areas, if you organize some touristic, recreational, or let's say sustainable project, first of all, in Uzbekistan, for example, first we organize questionnaires, or we ask society's idea. If they think that it is beneficial, then we allow them, then we allow business people or let's say investors to organize it. So in all sustainable case, when there are some projects which will be organized on nature or somewhere in suburban area, first we need to see what will be the next, let's say, result. What are some benefits of organizing that kind of project on society? So if it is interesting for society, for dwellers, for improvement of people, for education, or let's say to have a rest, or at least tourism is having a rest or learning something. Yeah, if there are some factors like this, then it would be interesting. Then it could be valuable project. Otherwise, it is just making money. So we will just give opportunity to investors and to business people, as Dr. Muhammad Zaki on presentation mentioned, something that could be lasted 10 or 15 or 20 years. We can just use it in short period of time. After that, nobody or our, let's say, ancestors or our, let's say, young people, young generation will not get, let's say, use of that resource. So the major point of sustainability is to make something interesting for lifelong, let's say, period. For that reason, when we organize any kind of project, I think today's conclusion of our presentation is to make it lifelong or to make it eco-friendly, and it should be not just to make money. It should be, as you have asked it on your question, directed on people, on dwellers, or to society. If society has its own interest there, it shouldn't be money. It could be, let's say, connected with education. It could be connected with, let's say, time sharing or other points. Then it could be, let's say, permitted by government or administrative part. And the next question was about, let's say, positive impact of sustainable tourism on society. So if you organize positive impact, it's very important, let's say, key point question to all tourism players, to all tourism suppliers, because if they not provide eco-friendly, let's say, service, so it will be very expensive, first of all. Then we will use our pollution, water, electricity, everything will be organized. For example, 10 years ago, in all areas nearby to Uzbekistan or Central Asia, most of hotels used electricity. Now, government is pushing us to organize solar batteries in order to make it eco-friendly. Before, people use it here, petrol-based, let's say, transportation. Now, government is giving some subsidies in order to provide eco cars, eco transport, hybrid transport, or let's say other type of transport in order to in order to make service eco-friendly. So who are, let's say, earning from this? What is the positive tendency to society? Society is, let's say, seeing, let's say, destination with, let's say, colors. It's not just black and white. We are not just making money. We are developing, let's say, structure in order to make tourism beneficial, not just for business people, not just for government from tax points or other ones. It's we are making tourism interesting, sustainable, just let's say for society and for people. So society or people living there, let's say having that good air, atmosphere and condition, and it's very interesting. Otherwise, people cannot live there because there will be, let's say, traffic jams, there will be air pollution, there will be sea pollution, there will be natural, let's say, harm, and it will be very difficult to survive there. For that reason, these all factors nowadays under control of government. It's not just in case of Uzbekistan, it should be in Indonesia, in Pakistan, in India, or in any other developing countries. There should be this kind of control. If no interaction between government, business and people, let's say society, there, let's say, this facility of tourism or any other business, let's say, tourism business points cannot be developed. This is my humble, let's say, suggestion to government and my answer to your interesting question.
Thank you, Mr. Bobor. And because the time is almost up, so I would like to thank to Prof. Saki and Mr. Bobor. It's such an honor for us having both of you in this amazing conference for sharing us about the sustainability and tourism. So once again, on behalf of the conference committee, I would like to thank to both of you as our distinguished keynote speaker today. And I also thank to all the participants who have participated in this conference, including in Q&A session. And now I hand it back the mic and time to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure meeting with all of you.
It was very interesting day with all presenters and for researchers. I think we got some answers for our interesting points, and we hope to join more on different conferences which is organized by this university and by these, let's say, people. Thanks for invitation and for interesting participation to all of you.
Thank you so much for Professor Zaki and Mr. Bobor. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to our lunch break, and the fourth keynote session will be held at 1 p.m. Jakarta time. So enjoy the break and see you at 1 p.m. Jakarta time. Thank you very much.
Allah Hafiz.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to International Conference Management Business and Accounting 2023. The next session, we have third keynote speaker, will be Professor Usep Suhud, Ph.D. from Universitas Negeri, Jakarta, Indonesia, and will be moderated by Mr. Hywel Coleman. For Mr. Hywel Coleman, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this session. It's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Usep Suhud, who is the Professor of Marketing in the Faculty of Economics at Universitas Negeri, Jakarta. He has a very extensive CV. I'll just tell you a few highlights from it. He did his master's at the Universitas Indonesia and his PhD at Edith Cowan University in Australia. He's acted as consultant to various national and international organizations, and his research focuses on 4 areas: consumer research, tourism marketing, international marketing, and social media marketing. His publications are extensive, extraordinary. He's published 48 articles and reports in the field of tourism, leisure, and hospitality. And I had a look through the topics. There's some very interesting ones, including halal sex tourism, which sounds very interesting, and another 43 articles in other fields. Professor Usep's topic this afternoon is Through Ethnic Tourism, Creating Green Economy for Indigenous Peoples. And I see that he's using very interesting term, ethnotourism. Yesterday, we were hearing about ethnochemistry, and now we're hearing about ethnotourism. So, Professor Usep, we're ready when you are. We'll have about 40 minutes of presentation, if that's okay, and then about 20 minutes for discussion, and we'll finish at 2 o'clock. I'll give you an indication about 5 minutes before your time is up, if that's okay. Thank you, Professor Usep.
I think I'm not comfortable to full shot. Are we ready?
Did you hear my introduction?
Yeah, of course. But yeah, I'm instructed to wait until the operator presenting my presentation. How are you, Prof. Hywel?
I'm very well, thank you.
Okay, I think something happens here. But anyway, so everyone, good afternoon. As presented by Prof. Hywel, I have a concerns on tourism, and one of the tourism type or one of the tourism products I concerns is ethnotourism. It is about visiting, ethnic sites or ethnic communities in several countries, not only in your own country but also in other countries. Yeah, people with, tourists who have interest in this kind of tourism type, commonly they have they are motivated by the difference of culture. They are interested in the various attractiveness of the tribe, because every single tribes in this world, I believe they have very own unique and authenticity of their culture. So here we go. So Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, I took some pictures on the internet because my collections are not enough to present for every single slide here. Since the topic of this conference is about green economy, so I tried to align the topic with my research interest. So it comes with ethnic tourism. So ethnic tourism, Indonesia, as we know already that we have hundreds of tribes. Yeah, some of them stay with their ethnicity. They stay with their typical of their tribe. So I chose one of the tribe, which is Baduy. Baduy is actually it's not far from Jakarta. It's about, I think it's about 90 kilometers. Yeah. So can we go to the next slide, Pak Ayat? Yeah, as I disclaimed earlier, that's all the pictures in my presentations taken from the internet. Green economy. So green economy, we try to take some benefits from the nature, but in the same time, it is kind of we have to regulate ourselves to not to be greedy, to take everything from the nature. We should have regulate ourselves to also maintain and take care of our environment. So that's the principle of the green economy actually. And I try to align this green economy with other thing. If my colleague yesterday talking about ethnochemistry, because her Ph.D. and her professor is in ethnotourism, my research commonly, part of my concerns is about ethnotourism or ethnic tourism. On the next slide, I will explain about what is the ethnic tourism. Ayat, please. So ethnic tourism relates to the things, the things regarding the tribe itself, even their culture, their habit, their art, their religion, their architecture, and everything's about this community. And in Indonesia and also in other countries, their existence are protected by the law, the law of the United Nations. So in the next slide, Pak Ayat, please. This is the reasons why I chose this topic to be presented today, because between green economy and ethnic tourism, there is a strong relation, a strong connection that ethnic tourism support green economy and vice versa. Besides, when we talk about how we promote ethnic tourism, so I come with the idea of storynomics. So storynomics, ladies and gentlemen, is about storytelling. Actually, it's almost the same with storytelling, but with economic value, but with economic purposes. Yeah. So if storytelling, as we already learned maybe from the elementary school is a bit different with storynomics, because when we use this storynomics approach, it means we have to we have a goal how to get benefit economically. Yeah. So when we, for example, market or promote the ethnic tribe as a destination, so it is I think it is a better way to use storynomics. So we try to commodificate ethnic tribe, or I mean ethnic people or certain tribe using this storynomics. Can we go to the next slide? This storynomics consists of actually seems like storytelling. Yeah, they have something like setting. They have a story. They have I mean they are structured to make every single story make sense for the audience. Particularly when we talk about storynomics, it means we have to more elaborate. We need to elaborate more, and then to put some business application here. It means we need a purpose regarding the economic impact after we share or we create the stories. Yeah. So in the next slide, this is one of the thing. I mean, I want to ask you to imagine you come to certain tribe destination, either in Kalimantan, either in Papua, in Sulawesi, in Sumatra, or in any other part of Indonesia, or in any other countries like in Malaysia, maybe Vietnam, maybe Africa, India, Cambodia. They can be, I mean, you can identify this tribe by observing the architect of the tribe. Yeah. You may find some differences, but also some similarity. So this is not a house, yeah, but wait a second. I have a difficulty to find the meaning of lumbung in English. Barn? Okay, all right, thank you.
Rice barn, right?
Yeah, rice barn. Is that correct? Yeah, this is where this Badui tribe put or keep their paddy after they harvest for years. Yeah, for years. It's because they have something like food management in their culture. So you cannot take the paddy for daily needs or for daily purposes. They can only take the paddy if they have something like annual party, yeah, to have something to celebrate communally. Yeah, I mean with not for only one family, but for all the tribe. So they have a very specific barn design here. So a couple of weeks ago, I just found that there is a very antique village in Switzerland. If I'm not mistaken, its name is Harmet, or I think Harmet, and they have a very specific. I mean, the same idea of they put some, you know, under this barn building. That's 4 pillars, and between the that's bamboo building, a bamboo house with the pillars. There is circle wood. That's they use it to protect the paddy from the rats, from the mouse coming up to the house. So this is when when the destination managers can see that this one single building have a story, big story behind, it can be sellable to certain tourists who are interested in very specific interests. Yeah, that's one of the story we can create by from this ethno-tourism product. Okay, so actually not only this paddy barn, but they also have houses with very similar type, very similar design, and they have a compound of the houses, with very specific layout. So it means that even though they are indigenous, but they have very high intelligence to make the compound or to make their community safe and sound. Yeah, safe from the enemies if they have, also from the weather, also from the wild animal. Okay. So the second one, another thing about ethnic tourism is the next slide, please. So we have ethno-religion. Yeah. Ethno-religion in Baduy, as one of as the case in my presentation, they have a religion called Sunda Wiwitan. It's very distinguished and different from other religions in Indonesia or even in the world, because we can call it as a antique religion. Some communities in Indonesia, not only in this specific tribe, they follow this religion, these ethno-religions. Yeah, some part of these people, some of this religion, we can identify they are something like Islamic practice, but also Hinduism practices. Yeah. So I forgot to mention that Baduy has 2 layers of community, or geographically, and also different in the way they their daily life. So in the first one, the first layer is inner Baduy. They have very specific and very strict in obeying the rule and regulation. They protect the people inside from the influence coming from outside Baduy. They do not adopt technology. They keep themselves in protected area. Even so, they still coming out to have businesses with other people outside this inner Baduy, but in daily life they have very strict regulation to obey. Yeah. Contrastly, Baduy from the outside layer, they, even though some of them still obey with regulations, but some of them also adopt and adapt with new things, yeah, in the environments. Like for example, they go to school, they use mobile phone, yeah, etc. But again, people from the inner Baduy, they protect themselves not to adopt new things from their daily life. So after this ethno-religion, I have ethno-medicine. Yeah, ethno-medicines, it's about how they cure themselves. Yeah, commonly they have something like a shaman in their community. They heal the people inside with herbs. Yeah, with herbs around their villages. So this ethno-medicine, if you have some time to browse using Google Scholar, for example, you would find so many journals about ethno-medicine around the world. How I mean, demonstrating that this the practice of ethno-medicines also well known, and also I mean the modern medicine also support these ethno-medicines. Yeah. And then another content to be created by but storynomics is ethnobotany. Now, ethnobotany is about using an environment resource for cultural and sometimes for ritual or for religion rituals. Like for example, in Bali, most Balinese who are Hindu, they use coconut leaves, yeah, to make some sesembahan to make sesajen itu ya, in what is in English, to make rituals, yeah. They pick some certain flowers and fruit, yeah, to make presentation for the gods. In this Baduy ethnic also, we can recognize that some of the, that they also pick some environmental aspects to, or environmental, like leaves, fruit, and also flowers to have the presentation for the god. Yeah. And the next one is ethnogastronomy. In certain tribes, yeah, they have very strong recipe and well recognized around the world. For example, we know Indian food, we know Italian food, for example. Also in Indonesia, we have some areas, some tribe, they have certain food we already know. For example, nasi uduk, yeah. But unfortunately, in this Baduy tribe, they have, since they protected they self from the influence from the outer of Baduy. Honestly, the gastronomy of Baduy is not popular enough, because, for example, yeah, I experienced they cook and I consume. They did not use salt for for cooking. So but at least, I put this because in some cases, maybe outside these Baduy cases, ethnogastronomy can be one of the content of storynomics. And the next one is about ethnoastronomy. Baduy, even though a very isolated tribe, they know already, and they practice how to use astronomy science to start, for example, start, pouring seeds, how to cultivate, how they use astronomy science and astronomy way to start and to start some activities, like for example, how they start to pour the seeds, how they start to make their kids getting married, and also when they decide to make annual celebration. So everything's about their skill about ethnoastronomy. Lucky them, because in their area the blue is always their sky is always blue, because they have no pollution, or they have a lower pollution. So it is easy for them to find guidance from the stars. So the next one is about ethno-fashion. They have very specific and very typical fashion. They choose only 2 colors for their daily lives: white and black. It is for inner Baduy, but for outer Baduy, they have the color is more richer. They put, for example, blue for their blues. So this is 2 girls with very specific design of their clothes, and all the people in this area having the same design, the same color, the same fabrics. That's very it is one of the strict regulation they have, and they have to obey, because they believe if they want to survive, they have to obey all the rules. The next one is about ethno-education. So ethno-education is how parents, traditional parents, educate themselves. Baduy people, parents of Baduy people, they do not send their kids to schools. So they believe that these kids can absorb skills and also knowledge from the parents, and also from the people in the village. So they have very strict rule to obey about this education. But however, people from outside the Baduy, the outer Baduy, they are encouraged. The government encouraged them to go to schools. So once, if you have some time, if you have opportunity to come to inner Baduy, you would see a different word. And it is in Indonesia. The next one is about ethnomusicology. Ethnomusicology is about how people in ethnic community create and using some instruments to have sounds. This is to make their lives is more colorful, more cheerful. And these Baduy people commonly they use these instruments during the annual party, the annual celebration, and people from outside, from outer and inner Baduy will come together to certain destination, and they have make some presentation. They bring along their harvest to local government. Yeah, so this kind of presentation they do annually. The next one is about ethnomathematics. Yeah. One of the things we can find from this ethnic community is ethnomathematics, where then they use something like numbers when they when this this commonly in this area, all ladies are educated to have a skill for using these weaving tools, yeah, traditional weaving tools to make fabrics, and they sew and they make clothes for themselves and also for their family members. When they use these weaving tools, they have certain numbers to, like for example, to combine between white and black and blue or any other colors in the in these tools. Yeah. Okay, the next one is about ethno-entrepreneurship. So Baduy people mostly every day they go to the field for their activity, yeah, because they're basically they are farmers. In the morning and the afternoon, they commonly bring along their harvest to the market. But some of them they have skills. They choose to have a skill how to trade. So that's why we can find sometimes people from Baduy, inner or outer Baduy, they come to the city, buy food, and then they promote their products. Like for example, they have handicrafts and also do from the forest. Yeah. And I think that's my last presentation, my last slide of my presentation about ethno entrepreneurship. Showing, yeah, this ethno entrepreneurship actually showing that these people can survive not only as a producers but also as entrepreneurs. They have to survive. They don't want to dependent to other people. So, actually, they are free to live by their own. So, hi, well, I think that's my last slide from me. So I hope everyone enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. It was a fascinating presentation. And many very interesting aspects. Can I encourage people to put comments and questions in the chat box, please? While we're waiting for questions to appear, I'd like to ask one or two questions myself, if that's okay.
Okay, no problem. Well,
especially,
yeah. Before I
about
answer all questions, Prof. Highwell, I want to declare that I'm not historian, so and I'm not biologist, I'm not chemist, I'm just a marketer. So I don't know exactly about the things I mentioned earlier about ethnomedicines. If you, for example, ask me about how to make how to make medicine from certain herb, for example.
I think we understand that. We're not going to ask you difficult questions like that. No, my question's about the concept of ethnotourism. You didn't say anything at all about possible disadvantages or risks associated with ethnotourism. I've seen in different parts of Indonesia and in other parts of the world that sometimes people modify their traditions to suit the taste or the expectations of tourists, and that has the risk of devaluing the real original values. And I think we can see that in Bali very clearly. Bali has a very rich culture, but when Balinese culture is sold to foreigners, it's a very rather simplified version of real Balinese culture. And we can see things happening in Bali which are very negative. I wonder if you have any comment about that.
Thank you. So when we talk about sustainability, it means we have to modify something. So we can keep the original, but we need to have a new room or the new area to make the things we have align with what the market needs. So it means we need to, in certain stage, we need to understand and we need to agree to how to make this sustainability succeeded. I mean that the culture changed, yeah, because people change and the market changed. So if you want to conserve something, it means we, in my opinion, we need to make two areas. The first one, we keep the original, and the second one, we try to be accept the idea of change. What do you think about that, Prof. Highwell?
Can I, before I comment, can I encourage people to put questions in the chat box, please? I can't see any. Here is a question. What are some other ways of ethnotourism marketing in developing countries?
What's the question?
What are some other ways of ethnotourism marketing in development countries to get a better flow of tourism?
I have to tell people that ethnic tourism or ethnotourism is very specific. Is an alternative tourism product. So we cannot attract many people to come to join this ethnic tourism. Since everyone has a demographic and psychographic profile, some tourists maybe they will be interested in other products, like for example beach tourism, island tourism, but ethnic tourism. So that's why I mean one of the way to promote this or to market this ethnic tourism is using storynomics, by creating a story and telling to people about the things happen around or about these ethnic communities. So we persuade people not in hard, not in I mean, we can persuade people by using this kind of approach, storynomic. Because every single tribe, I believe they have authenticity, they have very originality, they have very own typical aspects that different with other tribes. So try Storynomics to market this this kind of product.
In your experience, Professor Usap, have you ever come across resistance from ethnic groups who don't want to adapt their culture for tourists?
Last May, I went to Banda Islands. Banda Islands is, is islands where the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the Chinese, Indians people 100 years ago came to Indonesia. They trade nutmegs and other spices. Yeah. Last May, I had an opportunity to come to these islands, and they have some arts. They have some dance, for example, yeah, and dance. They modify the dance. It depends on the occasion. So they don't use certain rituals, the complete rituals, just to make everything simpler. And I think, as you said, in Bali, in Peru, or in many countries, these ethnic tribes, these ethnic communities, they modify because they want to survive. Yeah, otherwise they will lose their customers. In some part of Indonesia, when they have a tradition to make fabrics, some of them modify the materials just because if they use their original materials and also traditional way, they only will produce very expensive fabrics, for example.
Or a quality product because it's being adapted for consumption by tourists.
So basically, ethnic tourism is niche. Yeah, is very niche market. So we only attract certain people. So that's why, for example, if Indonesian government needs more tourists to come to visit Indonesia, like many other countries who have millions of visitors every year, I think they need to focus on urban tourism instead of this kind of niche tourism. What do you think?
Another question. How can we teach storynomics at tourism universities? And are there specific qualities that we need to pay attention to while making storynomics in tourism?
So the
Can
first
I repeat
question.
the questions? How can we, go on. How can we teach storynomics at tourism universities?
The first one, I think we need to, the students should understand why we have to sell our product. And they have to understand what kind of our product. And then we try to create a stories around this product to make this product valuable, to make this product sellable, to make the products meaningful. So after we have this product, after the student understand about the product and why we have to sell the products, so we try to make a story. This story, in general, the story, the first one, we can tell an honest story, or the second one, we can choose a fiction story. like a legend or like a myth in certain areas. Sometimes this kind of fake stories or fiction story more sellable than the original story. I think the next step we can encourage our students either to be a story creators or to be storytellers or to be both. After we have a story, we need storytellers using our oral or using social media, for example. I think our students today, they have very high skill in making some videos, some contents. So I think making contents using, we distribute the contents using social media can be more easier for them. I missed the second question.
Yeah. Are there specific qualities that we need to pay attention to while making storynomics in tourism? Specific qualities that we need to pay attention to.
Yeah, I think it's that's why in some universities the faculty members coming from not only specific educational background, they need to invite some other lecturers or faculty members from different discipline to make the lecture, to make the regarding this storynomics, to make the lessons more attractive and more valuable for students.
I'm very interested in what you were saying about ethnomathematics, because I collect traditional Indonesian textiles, and I see in many places the weavers, the people producing the textiles, may not be educated. They may not have been to school at all, but they're using very complex, sophisticated mathematics in the way that the textiles are produced and designed. What can you do with ethnomathematics? You know that ethnomathematics exists. So what? So what can you do with it then?
Yeah, we can identify the practice of ethnomathematics not only in weaving, but also in other daily life aspects. For example, when they put seeds in the field, they use kind of, for example, their hand, because they have no numeracies. They have no numeracies. They have no tools to measure like centimeters, meters. Yeah, they only like I think in many places in Indonesia, they, for example, if they say, "Oh, I have a paddy peel," they don't use. I mean, years ago they don't use how many meters or many hectares. They only use, I have to square. Yeah, I have to square meters. Without saying how the measurement in reality.
I mean, what I mean is, can we learn from ethnomathematics? You know, we think that we're sophisticated because we use numbers, mathematical formulae, and we can calculate calculate many things on computers, but is there anything that we can learn from ethnomathematics?
Instead of numbers, instead of numbers, actually ethnomathematics also works when we trade. When we trade, they how they value our product, our belongings. For example, when they have a barter methods, if someone has, for example, one bucket of paddy and the other one, the neighbor have, for example, a cup of coffee, they can barter. I mean, ethnomathematics doesn't mean numbers or numeracy, but also the value of the product. But beyond on that,
Right.
it's more, it's like they put their togetherness. Yeah, the value of togetherness is more important than numbers. They change things together. They will not complain if we, for example, we have something valuable, more valuable, and some others less valuable. They don't see that thing as a matter.
Are there people in the room there with you? Is there an audience in the room?
No, I'm only with some operators.
Oh, okay. So all the audience is on Zoom. And another area that I'd like to ask about is ethnomedicine. And whether we can learn from the traditional medicines and ways of healing that we find in ethnic groups.
So actually, if we learn something from them about ethnomedicine or any other ethno architecture, ethnobotany, or any other things, I think we can learn that they have advanced technology, I believe, but in simple way. They try to survive themselves by using things they find around their houses, about their field, about their area. So regarding this ethnomedicine, I think it is the same with other part in Indonesia. Our parents, our old people, using certain herbs in our backyard to cure or to heal if we have certain, maybe if we get hurt, if we have fever, for example, before we go to a doctor, before we see a doctor, for example. So I think there's a basic knowledge, there is a basic skill our traditional people to survive. Yeah, they have some I think basic knowledge how to survive, how to cure, how to heal, how to treat.
I think there have been, I can't think of any specific examples, but there have been a lot of cases in which medical researchers have found that the herbs or the local plants that people are using do actually contain chemicals which are useful in curing illnesses. So the local people have discovered by themselves that certain plants are actually genuinely useful as medicines. Yeah. I think we're nearly at the end of our time. Any last questions from members of the audience? There are still 70 people present, but they're keeping very quiet. Any last question? Okay, well, if not, I'd like to thank you, Professor Usep,
Yeah, thank you
for a very,
for
very interesting presentation and some potentially controversial issues, I think, particularly related to ethnotourism.
thank you for assisting me. Professor Henry.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oke, terima kasih Bapak Ibu audiens. Kita akan pindah ke channel berikutnya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Hywel Coleman and Professor Usep Suhud, Ph.D. Ladies and gentlemen, the fifth keynote speaker will be Professor Dr. Vincent Montenero from Czech Technical University, Czech Republic, and will be moderated by Mr. Andi M. Sadat. For Mr. Andi, the audience is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and also good afternoon, all of the participants. Hopefully you still keep spirit, enthusiasm to doing the second day seminar, International Conference on Management, Business and Accounting, IC-MBA 2023. This very interesting topic, sustainability and green economics. And today, first of all, I want to introduce myself. I am Andi Muhammad Sadat. I am senior lecturer at Management Department, Faculty of Economics, Jakarta State University. And today, I will accompany you to doing this session, and hopefully you still join with us. And because after this, we have keynote speaker 4, Professor Vincent Montenero. They will deliver very good topics under the title Transition to the Hybrid System in Business, semicolon complexity component of manager's reality. And I thought it's very relevant for our condition today because they will talking about the condition under COVID-19. Professor Vincent Montenero, are you here? He's already been here? Okay. I would like to say good morning because I know Prague right now is 5 hours behind Jakarta. Okay. I will waiting for you. Before that, let me read some of your CV. I have long CV, but right now I will to make like a summary, and later you can add information about that. Professor Vincent Montenero is a professor at the Masaryk Institute at Advanced Study, MIAS, of the Czech Technical University, or CTU, where he also held the position of International Student Counselor. And then he also an associate researcher at CEFRAES, French Researcher Center in Humanity and Social Science in Prague, and active member of the Czech French Chamber of Commerce and the Czech Italian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. His research interest includes intercultural and international management. And here is very perfect, Professor, because you combine between academia and practitioner. You spend more than 25 years as in the corporate sector, holding senior management position in international group in several countries. That include France, Switzerland, Australia, and also in Germany. It's very interesting, and then it should be valuable information that you can share to us. And also, his expertise is in the area of management, strategic management, project management, and also organizational theory. Professor, we have 1 hour basically, but I have a request. You only have 30 minutes to doing your presentation, and then we have keep quick for question and answer for 10 minutes. And then, okay, Professor, you have time 30 minutes to doing your presentation, and after that, okay.
Okay, I'm just starting my presentation. So actually, this is a vision of in Europe, of the situation in Europe. So I'm not really talking about any other country or any other world area. Actually, I'm just going to present first the context of this work I am showing. Actually, when I was working on the research on global managers at the time the COVID started. So I was interviewing some top managers in different companies to understand what was important when you are a global manager, what do you need to know, and what are the different phases of your development, etc. And when the COVID started, I added a couple of questions on the COVID. So I had the opportunity to interview 20 top managers on the situation of COVID. And I thought it was very interesting. It was the start of this research. I will explain afterwards a little what we did afterwards. So, okay, the COVID, it was seen in Europe. It was something very, very unexpected, which happened, which hit the companies. And actually, the major problem at the beginning for the company was how can we carry on providing a level of service to our customers. And hopefully, when the COVID started, there were more or less the technical possibilities, technical systems to be able to communicate online, because otherwise it would have been completely different, I guess. But it is very interesting to remember the situation before the COVID in Europe. Before the COVID in Europe, there were, according to some data that we have, there were only 5.4% of work which was done online, which was very, very low, considering that many companies were trying to develop this remote work. And actually, if you look at the literature of the time, you see that a lot of people were making research on remote work. They were giving a lot of advantages why people will be interested to work remotely, why it will be good for the companies, etc. But nothing happened. Nothing happened. It was very low, and people had the feeling that it would never really develop. And actually, during the COVID, they saw that people were obliged to work online. And when I did my interview, the top managers had the feeling that we had come to another phase of development, and that working online remotely would stay like this forever. And actually, this is the question I'm asking, because it was not so simple. So what is remote working? I come back to some definition. So remote working is when a part of the employees work part-time. They can work 1 or 2 days during the week, or they can also work full-time from a location other than their workplace. So some researchers describe teleworking as a spatial and temporal dispersion. Why? Because actually, when the people you're working with are on the same site, they might be in another office. There are always an eye contact with those people. You see whether they are here. Here you can go and ask them questions. When they are working remotely, you don't have this possibility, and actually you have to find some other ways. So normally the hybrid system was thought to develop to give more freedom and to provide employees with an optimal work-life balance. And this is what some researchers said. But a very important point is actually the quality of the equipment. And what we have seen even during the COVID time is that not all companies were able to work properly with the systems, like with Wi-Fi, with other type of equipment. And actually a big problem was the possibility for the employees to connect from home. Because in Europe, you have a very, very high coverage, but it may happen that in the countryside, it is very difficult to connect because the coverage is limited, and then making the work online very, very difficult. Okay, the data that we have, I'll repeat it, what I said at the beginning, concerned Europe, essentially Central Europe, Germany, and France. And we are referring in what I will be saying to categories. We call that management styles that have been defined in the Western environment. So the findings that I'm going to show are not necessarily applicable to other areas of the world. So, and actually even in Western Europe, the definition of the management styles is very loose. There was an attempt to define everything in 1998, but it goes in many directions. Actually, at the end of the day, very often, management styles are defined by the companies themselves because it's linked to the culture of the company. And some companies will stress or will define some management styles in their own way. Okay, coming to the data. So I put together everything we've done. So as I said before, we had 20 semi-structures interviewed of top managers that we did between April 2020 and February 2021. We launched a very large survey in many countries in Europe, including Russia at the time, because it was before the war. And we had 341 answers, 51 managers, 296 employees. This was done between October and December 2021. And we carried on with other type of data. We made a survey to managers, only managers working in big companies between June 2021 and September 2021. We made a special inquiry on newcomers. We had 64 answers. I will explain later on why we were looking at the newcomers. And we are starting now, because we are in Europe at least, we are in the post-COVID phase. We are starting a big survey and semi-structured interviews to managers about the situation after COVID. What happened? How are you working now? Because it's very important for us to understand the post-COVID situation and to see what was different, what is different. So about the COVID crisis itself, what happened during the COVID crisis, since we were interviewing some top managers in a time span of 1 year, we could see some differences. And actually, right at the beginning of the COVID, there was like a consideration, and actually what was predominant in the interest of the people was to protect themselves, protect the other people, etc. And the idea was to avoid the spread of the disease and to avoid also blocking complete teams. Because actually, if, for example, you have your production team, you have one person sick, and suddenly the other person of the production team would get the disease, then the whole production could be blocked. And this is when, in the different companies, they started creating some sub-teams, cutting the teams into 2 or more parts, and asking the people to avoid seeing themselves, so that there couldn't be any spread of the illness that could block some services. At the management level, it was very interesting because some managers that we interviewed declared that for the first time they became very directive. Because normally the trend in most companies in Europe is to have a participative management style. And there suddenly they become very directive because they say there was no way, because we have to impose the compliance with safety measures. We have to avoid the worst case scenarios. And actually every time there was some people breaking the rules, they had to be very, very strong. For example, it could be just people meeting on the parking lot and discussing, and they were not supposed to meet. So there was an interesting situation that was described by the top managers. There was also something interesting in the discussions, because at certain points, some of the managers were wondering, because they said, okay, I was myself very worried because we didn't know where this disease were leading. And I didn't know, there was a question they were asking themselves whether they should show that they were worrying or not. And here we have different situations according to the people. Some people said, yes, I had to show that I'm a human being like others. So I told that I was worried, that in certain cases I had no answers. And other people said, no, as the manager, I cannot show this because otherwise people will be more afraid. I have to show that I'm sure about what it's going to be. So that was the first phase of COVID. Second phase, which came very fast and sometime almost at the same time of the phase 1, was actually the phase where you have to find innovative solutions. And suddenly, because you had to provide a level of service to the people, and you have to discuss with everyone in the company, try to imagine how can we work now. And here you have the manager said, here we really had to be very highly participative with the people. We had to discuss with them. We had to call them because in certain cases we didn't have the tools to install some video systems. And there was another phase of the COVID area. And then we come to the reaction of the managers, because it is something which happened in the third phase, actually. In the third phase, when I made some interviews, I was very surprised to have some people saying that, okay, they were describing the problem they had. They were describing the problem with the financial results, which were not good, etc. But at the same time, there was a level of satisfaction because they said, okay, COVID has brought something. People are now working online and they're used to work online. And some of them were telling me that there had been many attempts to push people to work online, and they never got anywhere. Depending on the countries, I think here we have some difference between the different European countries, but generally speaking, if you take the large companies, the big groups, they all had on their program, on their objectives, the fact of working more online, creating the hybrid system of work. It was mentioned all the time, almost for everyone, but it was very difficult to go in that direction. Actually, it's not written in this presentation, but there are many reasons why it didn't develop. And one reason why actually the managers themselves were afraid actually to push people to go in that direction, because they had the feeling they were losing power. Because if they more and more people work online, they will have they don't know exactly what they will be doing. There was a big lack of trust. Actually, they are home, but maybe they are taking care of the children. They are sleeping, but they're not really working. That was very often declared like that. The other reason were the people themselves, because the employees themselves, they hadn't had any chance to appreciate this type of system. And very often in the companies, what you had is that when the managers had to choose people who would be working online, they chose people who they knew very well. For example, the assistant who had been working in the company for 10 years, and we can trust that person. Okay, she's asking to work online. Yes, okay, we will do it because we know her. But that was very limited. So I come back to this. There was a very high satisfaction that suddenly remote work was coming true in a very strong way. And actually very soon, there was also an attempt to transform this into financial advantage, like because at the same time, the financial problems were high. So we had a couple of managers who already decided before the end of the COVID crisis to change the areas, to reduce office space, or maybe to transfer the office space outside the city in order to save money, with the idea that actually the employees would come back to the office, but most of the time they would be working from home. That was one point which is important. Another point which is important, because actually I was talking to top managers, and the top managers themselves, they were looking at their own managers, and they were asking themselves some questions about the way of managing people who are working remotely. And there were many questions, like some people were telling us, okay, I'm looking at how my managers are working. I can see that it's a very high burden. It's more complicated to manage a team working remotely than what happened before. And they had also some interrogations about the ability of the managers. Some of them told me, I'm not sure that all my managers are able to work like that, because in some cases, they're not able to trust the people who are working from home. Okay, so what we had also in this third phase, they were asking themselves what would come afterwards. But as I said before, very often they had the feeling that since the employees had started working online, it would be very easy. They would carry on working online as they were working during COVID. So that was for the managers. What about the employees? What came out is that there was a general satisfaction of the employees because of increased flexibility. They were saving time on commuting. Sometimes it can be very complicated in big cities, like if I take Paris or if I take Frankfurt, people can spend 2 or 3 hours commuting. So here you save time. And they had the feeling that they could have a better management of work-life balance. But they mentioned also that what was very important is that they should feel that their own manager were trusting them. And actually, they tended to say that when control is too strong, it makes the whole easiness of working from home very complicated. And what was also very interesting of those the result that we had is that actually we could see that the employees, they started working online because it was necessary. It was the only solution, but they were not really involved in the reflection on the strategy for the future. And the sign that it was like this came from certain answers when we were asking the people what would be the ideal amount of work online. Some people, like 15%, answered 100%, like completely forgetting that at one point they had to go to the company, they had to see the other people working in the company. Okay, change of management practice. We wrote one of the articles on that. What did the managers say? What did the top managers say about their own managers? Actually, what is necessary when you have people working remotely is you have to know better the employees. When I say know better the employee, it means about things that you were not really looking at in the past. Actually, you have to know what is the condition, in what condition are they working when they are home? Do they have children? Do they have someone taking care of the children? Do they have the right place? How is it? And then you have to understand the working habits of the people in order really to be able to trust them. For example, when do they work? We found out in the interviews that some people were working, they were concentrating work. And for example, they were working on the Sunday afternoon because they had the feeling they could be, it was a quiet play. Their home was quieter because maybe the children were away or something like that. And we even had the situation of one employee who was putting all the work she has to do together, and she was working in the night from 8 o'clock, especially on Sunday night, 8 o'clock to in the evening to 8 o'clock in the morning, and she was trying to put everything together. And actually, here you see examples of problems, because if you give a task to someone, you give the task to different people, and you see that the people are not working at the same time. And maybe you're waiting for an answer, and then suddenly you get everything on the Monday morning, and you wait, even if you were expecting this on the Friday or something like that. So this is one point which is very important, and the managers really have to know the people. More time available, yes, because for the managers, having a team working remotely means you have to spend more time with the people remotely. So you have to be reachable when the employee has a problem, because actually if you put the problem aside, maybe he will not do the task properly, because he will forget that he has to call you, will try again, etc. And then importance of the small talk to socialize. And then it is very important in the case of people, if you have in your team people who have some problems working remotely in isolation, and some people have a lot of problems, so you have to talk with them, try to understand what is the situation, etc., and adapt the approach to the situation. You have different people. When you are in your office, the people are working from the office, they are all working at the same time. They are following the rule of the companies. But when they are outside, you don't know when they are working. So you have really to make stock of the work in progress. You have to create moment of free speech, and not only speak about the task to be done, and change the way also the objectives are given, are defined and communicating. What we saw also is that, and this is something I will not talk too much about that, but there are some cultural differences within Europe about the importance of control. And actually, when people are working remotely, it's almost impossible to control them in the way some people would like to, because sometimes people were sending some questionnaires, they have to write from what time to what time you were working, etc. And actually, when people do that, they spend more time completing these documents than working effectively. And at the end of the day, they get completely stressed, and you don't have any result. Yes, so in general, the manager have to be able to increase the awareness at the individual level and at the collective level as well. So here I have some quotes about we're using the word over-communicate, and there was some managers said we must over-communicate to be heard, and we must listen to others' opinion, or we must use all existing systems and all media because the employees are not sensitive to the same communication networks. So now what's happening today? When companies are all trying, almost all companies, except maybe the smaller companies, are trying to set up the hybrid management. Actually, why? Sometimes because it has become normal, it is accepted now to in the mind of the people that it is possible to work like that. And sometimes, and it is very often the case because the employees themselves are asking for remote work, because they have been used to working remotely, and we have situations, especially with younger people. Actually, they are asking, the first thing they ask during the interviews is how many days will I be working remotely? And actually, the companies say, okay, it will be, and they don't agree with what the companies say. They don't take the job, or they change jobs. But here, what is clear and what is very important, during the COVID, we had a situation which was imposed by the disease, by the sickness, etc. It was imposed externally. So actually, there was no other way to work, and it was easily accepted by everyone. And actually, because of that, also you had a completely disorganized situation of remote work, because actually people were not prepared to working remotely. First thing, they were not trained. It started because they were obliged to work like that. And actually, very often, they were working remotely according to the legal obligations, because in some country they said, okay, you're not supposed to travel now, etc., or the decision inside the company. And sometimes you could have some people working 3 weeks completely remotely and then going to the office, or sometimes it was just 2 days in the week. So there was no organization. And the definition of a hybrid is really a situation when some employees work in the office, whereas some other work remotely, meaning that you have to set an organization. So maybe I've been too long now, because how much time do I have? Okay, I have 3 minutes. So we put together the information that we have, and we used the grounded theory in order to identify the very important points. One important point is the technical aspect. Technical aspect means not only that you have a Wi-Fi, you have the right software, but that if there is a problem, there is a number people call and they have solved the problem. And this is something very important. Very important point is the personal family life of the employees, mainly the presence of children. And here you have different situations about where the children are. For example, in a country like France, the children go to school with the age of 2. And actually they go to school, and during the pandemic, even the school never stopped. So actually, in this case, you had always a solution, which was not the case in other countries. So here, also one important point is relation to the manager, which has to be clarified, especially trust, attitude, interest. And what is clear, I come to the conclusion, is that the implementation of an hybrid system cannot be done without preparation. And there are 3 points to prepare, to remember, to look at. First, the manager. Are the managers ready? And should we train them? How can we measure the readiness of the managers? Should we change the selection process? What happens if some managers are not able to adapt to the new situation? There are many questions around the managers because actually, as I said before, it's a real change of working habits for the manager. Then there is the question about the employees, which is training. With what objective? We've seen that a very big problem of remote working was the work-life balance. And because actually sometimes some people were working all time, and we got situations where people were having a nervous breakdown. They didn't see the difference between working and leisure, etc. But it's a very important point. So in the training, maybe you have to train the people to distinguish between the two phases. And we've seen that the people who had no problem, very often they have a special space in the house, which was separate from the rest of the house. There were, even if it was very small, and there was this place which was work. Here I work, I have my computer, I am doing the work I'm supposed to do. And if I go out of that space, it's my normal life, family life. And then a very important point is the involvement of the decision-making process about defining the specificity of remote work. And we've seen that it's very important. And actually, when it doesn't happen and the employees are not really involved in the decision-making process to define actually what days they're supposed to work, how many days in the week, etc. So you have some problems with the people. You might have the trade unions coming, etc. So here we come, this is the last thing that I will say, to a complete different approach of managing. So it's being used more and more in the literature, is the word of manager coach. The manager is like taking care of the well-being of the employees. He must know a lot of things. He must support them, etc. So it's completely different approach to what we had like 100 years ago when we had just the manager giving some orders. Okay, thank you. This is I came just I think I came on time, right?
Okay, Professor. Much for your. And then we'll have like 50 participants, and hopefully some of you have a response for the very interesting research, because this come from the so many data here, around 200 or 400 data from the center of Europe, and there are some conclusion. And interestingly, in your conclusion, not just a statement, but also you have like a research gap, including a question: what should training we prepare for the employee, also the methodology to approaching leadership in this context. Okay, we have doing this session.
Okay, it will be interesting to answer a question. As I said, I'm switching to a presentation of the conference where I am, so I have very little time, but I will be happy to answer questions.
Okay, one question probably, please. Just raise your hand. Okay, if no question, I have one question, Professor. It's just the question is, you say that sometimes we don't have a control to our employee because they don't know what should we do. Yeah, so it will influence the efficient. It will destroy the trust. So what will you do? What should we do as managers or as the company context to avoid this kind of situation?
You mean that the person is working online?
Yes, the person working online. You say that remote working.
Well, actually, you have to communicate with that person. You have to make a feedback, I would say, with the person. And actually, here we come to the difficult aspects of remote work. There are a couple of things which are very difficult to do remotely, like feedbacks, or if you have to talk about the problem, something that the employee has done badly. Another aspect of of difficulties, for example, hiring people online. It's very difficult. Or if you are a new employee, this is what we analyzed in another research, is how to be integrated, all this. So I think my feeling is that we have to learn. I mean, managers have to learn. This is part of the training. If I have a problem with an employee because the employee has not done what I expected, normally in a physical situation, I would ask the employee to come to my office. I will explain what I've seen. In this case, online, it might be more difficult, but I have to learn. I think we have to train people. Very important.
Okay, thank you
like
so
what
much,
we are
Professor.
doing, actually. A couple of years ago, we would never have done this online through this video application.
It's also the gap for our
I cannot hear you.
technical or error,
Yeah.
Professor. Thank you so much for your response. And then hopefully one day we can meet again. And also what you said as conclusion is also the gap, as research gap for us to investigate the way you find out this situation. Also probably different context is different result. And nice to meet you, Professor. And then success for your next presentation in the next
Okay.
event.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much.
Goodbye.
Yeah. Good morning and also good afternoon for all the participants in the conference. And then let's go to the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for Professor Dr. Vincent Montenegro and Mr. Amdi M. Sadat. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have our second and our last break. For all attendees, please return to this room at 4 p.m. Jakarta time. Enjoy the break and see you soon.
Chick.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to International Conference on Management, Business and Accounting. We have listened to all of our keynote speaker. As the conference ends, us hear a closing statement from Professor Dr. Arita Marini, ME. For Professor Dr. Arita, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Jakarta. My name is Arita Marini as the coordinator of Collaboration and Development Center. I am representing the director to give closing remarks in today's the second international conference on management, business and accounting, IC-MBA 2023. Thank you for allocating your time to attend and participate in this annual international conference. We have now reached the end of this session. Once again, thank you for the keynote speaker for sharing your thoughts and expertise on this. We truly appreciate your kind and intensive support to conduct this annual international conference. Thank you very much for the very insightful session, and thank you for the questions for all participants. And once again, thank you for all participants who have actively involved in this annually international conference. And don't forget that this is an annual international conference. So please keep yourself updated by checking on our website. See you on the third international conference on management, business and accounting, IC-MBA 2024. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Arita. Moving on to the last session, we will announce the best presenter for International Conference on Management, Business and Accounting. And for the third place, for the best presenter, goes to ABS 26, Brata Sanjaya, with points of 60.
The second place, with ABS 35, Syahri Azda, with totally 63 points.
And the first place goes to ABS 2, Mawar Kusuma, with total of points 67. Congratulations to all the best presenters. For further information, please contact the committee.
Ladies and gentlemen, after having such alluring discussion and insightful lectures, we have finally reached the end of today's event. We, Rizky Hafrizal and
Paramita Putri
from Duta Universitas Negeri Jakarta would like to give our gratitude and farewell. Thank you so much for your participation today. See you on our International Conference on Management, Business and Accounting 2024. Good afternoon and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.